Chapter 666. Ling Yiheng opened his eyes and saw Ling Xiao sitting in front of him. His eyes were filled with pain, self-blame and guilt. Ling Xiao allowed him and Ling Wuhan to participate in the four-sect martial competition, but he was made into a puppet and almost lost his life here. None of the other Divine Sword sect disciples who followed him survived. He was incompetent. How could he still have the face to see Ling Xiao, to see the Divine Sword sect leader? Of the Divine Sword sect disciples who followed him and Ling Wuhan, the youngest was only 12 years old, and the oldest was only 18 years old. They only came to see the world. However, the moment they arrived at the Sword King sect, a tragedy happened. Although he and Ling Wuhan fought with all their might, there were too many enemies and they were too strong. They were simply powerless. They could only watch as the young disciples were killed one by one in front of them. At that moment, he really wanted to die. He wanted to perish together with the Sword King sect. However, he was unable to fulfill such a small request because he was too weak. He was really too weak. In front of the Sword King sect's experts, he could only feel grief and despair. However, he was unable to do anything. He and Ling Wuhan survived, but they were forced to wear slave masks and thrown into the beast fighting arena to participate in the bloody battle. He originally thought that he would never be able to see the Divine Sword sect's people again in this lifetime. He thought that he would continue to live in such a cowardly manner. However, Ling Xiao appeared. In his painful eyes there was a trace of gentleness. Then, he actually burst into tears. To be able to make a strong man cry like this, it can be seen how sad and unreconciled his heart is. Ah! Painful cries resounded throughout the cage. Dai Yuling, Lan Yuer and Ling Hao, who were outside, all felt waves of sorrow. The two girls could not help but cry as well. Humans were not plants, and could not be emotionless. Even Ling Xiao could not help but want to cry when faced with such a scene. However, he knew that he could not cry. He did not have the qualifications to cry. From the day he became the Divine Sword sect leader, this sect was closely related to his fate. He wanted revenge. Even if he couldn't destroy the Sword King sect now, he would make the Sword King sect pay a heavy price. Good brother, you've suffered. Ling Xiao gently held Ling Yiheng's head in his arms, and then gently patted his shoulder twice. I will avenge you. Whoever dares to touch the Divine Sword sect, I will destroy them. He let go of Ling Yiheng and stood up. A surge of killing intent directly pierced through the cage. Boom! He flew out like an eagle and stood in the air above the beast fighting arena, overlooking the entire beast fighting arena. His eyes were blood-red, as if they were dripping blood. People of the Sword King sect, come out and die! There was nothing to worry about. Ling Xiao only wanted to take revenge at this moment. Seeing his good brother become like that, and hearing that his own Divine Sword sect's disciples were massacred by the Sword King sect, his heart was bleeding. Perhaps he didn't have the strength to annihilate everyone in the Sword King sect, but he was confident that he could make the Sword King sect suffer for eternity. And everything would begin today. From this moment onwards. At this moment, Ling Wuhan, Ling Yiheng, and the others also came out from inside. Seeing this scene, Wu Zhongyan seemed to understand something, and his brows were tightly knitted together. Ha ha, this Yuehua school bastard must have lost his mind, right? He actually dares to face the Sword King sect head-on? There were actually many people from the Sword King sect present. In addition to the few people sitting in front, there were many staff members sent by the Sword King sect to be in charge of the operation of the beast fighting arena. These people's strength was uneven, but their arrogant attitude was as if they were carved out of the same mold. The one who spoke was one of these people. He didn't lose his mind. It seems that it has something to do with those two slaves. No wonder the Yuehua school has always been the last in the 12 sects. How good can it be to hang out with these useless slaves all day long? Ha ha! Laughter filled the entire beast fighting arena. It even covered up the battle that was still ongoing. Although the Demon Castle City's great castle lord was stronger than the 3 half-step heavenly venerables with 50% strength, it was still not possible for him to end the battle immediately. However, Ling Xiao didn't expect him to end the battle so quickly. It would be enough as long as he could stall the 3 half-step heavenly venerables. It would be best if the Yuehua school's disciples were all thrown into the beast fighting arena as slaves, ha ha. An old man and a young man walked in from outside the beast fighting arena. The old man was very strong, and the young man wasn't weak either. The old man and the young man had heard the news and rushed over, but they didn't expect to see a good show. The young man's voice was particularly ear-piercing among the laughter of the crowd. "Chen Tian! Brother Ling, that's the guy! He's the guy who killed the Divine Sword Sect's disciples and seriously injured me and Second Master Ling before throwing us here!" Ling Yihong suddenly shouted when he saw the young man. Ling Zhao's gaze turned to the complacent young man. This person was at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. It could be said that he was the strongest person below the half-step heavenly venerables. He should have a place among the Sword King Sect's core disciples, perhaps second only to Wu Zonglian. However, no matter who he was, he would die today. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with cold killing intent, like 2 sharp swords that directly pierced through Chen Tian's body. "Who told you to do this?" His voice was emotionless, as if it was a question from hell. "Idiot! Does this young master need someone to order him around? It's just that I was in a bad mood that day and happened to meet them, so I just wanted to pass the time." Chen Tian felt the threat of death in his heart. There was a terrifying chill that almost forced him to kneel. However, he was still ranked 4th among the Sword King Sect's 10 core disciples and was also one of the participants in this 4-sect martial competition. He wasn't as useless as Wu Zui. The roar was an answer, but at the same time, it was also a way to boost his courage. He was furious because he was actually frightened by the gaze of a disciple from a low-level sect. This was simply a great humiliation. "Very good. I'm in a bad mood right now, so I'll vent my anger on you." Suddenly, Ling Zhao's figure turned into a ray of light and shot towards Chen Tian. The old man beside Chen Tian tried to stop him, but he was still a step too late. Bang! The ray of light struck Chen Tian's body, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. A trail of fresh blood drew a bloody parabola. This kick was for Ling Wuhan. "He is my benefactor and my guide. You shouldn't have hurt him." Chen Tian didn't even have time to speak. Bang! Another kick flew up. His body that was about to land on the ground was kicked up again and thrown high into the sky. Fresh blood spurted out once again, and even fragments of his internal organs fell. The old man that came with Chen Tian tried his best to catch Ling Zhao's figure, trying to save Chen Tian. However, it was useless. In front of Ling Zhao's Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, the old man's movement technique was like a child's trick, completely meaningless. Chapter 667. This kick is for my good brother, Ling Yihang. He's my only good brother in Tianfeng City, but you've turned him into something that's neither human nor ghost. You deserve to die. Bang! After saying that, Ling Xiao kicked him again. This time, Chen Tian's body fell to the ground from midair. This kick is for the dead disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. I come from Tianfeng City, and the Divine Sword Sect is my home. They are my family. If you kill them, I'll kill you. Finally, Ling Xiao stomped on Chen Tian's chest. Chen Tian was on the verge of death. He was the 4th-ranked core disciple of the Sword King Sect, yet he was being kicked around by Ling Xiao like a rubber ball. He didn't even have the chance to resist. This left the spectators sitting in the stands completely dumbfounded. Little bastard, do you know who he is? If you hurt him, the entire Yuehua school will have to pay with their lives. The old man finally caught sight of Ling Zhao's figure, because Ling Xiao had stopped. Unfortunately, in the next moment, a blue figure blocked in front of him. It was Lan Yuer. Lan Yuer was a half-step celestial venerate. Although she couldn't suppress the old man, she was still evenly matched. This old man was at most a half-step celestial venerate with 50% of his strength, which was comparable to the strength of the previous 3 people. I'm not interested in knowing who he is. You said that if I kill him, the entire Yuehua school will have to die with him? Do you know that if you killed the people of the Divine Sword sect and hurt my benefactor and friend, the entire Sword King sect will have to die with him? Ling Xiao increased the strength of his kick. He guessed that Chen Tian's ribs would be broken one by one. Do you regret it? Do you blame yourself? It's useless. Everything is useless. When you kill innocent people because of your selfish desires, you no longer have a chance to live. It was Jian Wuji who asked me to do it. Chen Tian finally squeezed out a sentence. Jian Wuji? Ling Xiao glanced at the crowd on the stage. His cold eyes and terrifying soul made these people tremble in fear. Jian Wuji is the young sect master of the Sword King sect, which means that he is ranked first among the top 10 core disciples. His strength is unfathomable. Someone finally answered Ling Xiao's question. So it's the young sect master of the Sword King sect. Why did he do that? Ling Xiao glared at Chen Tian and questioned. I don't know either. He just said that he didn't want to see the trash of the Divine Sword sect tarnish the noble Sword King sect. At this moment, Chen Tian really answered every question, not daring to disobey Ling Xiao at all. Is that so, the noble Sword King sect? Since it is so noble, then I will trample it under my feet forever. After he finished speaking, he twisted his leg fiercely. Kacha! Chen Tian, the dignified 4th-ranked core disciple of the Sword King sect, was actually trampled to death just like that. Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Wu Zonglian's face was also somewhat pale. His heart was beating fast. Madman. He is simply a complete madman. This guy must not be provoked, otherwise, the next one to die might be him. Little bastard, you really have to kill him. You actually have to kill him. Don't you know that the sect master of the Sword King sect is also surnamed Qin? The old man who was blocked by Lan Yu instantly released his true essence, as if he had gone crazy. He actually took Lan Yu's palm and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Lan Yu's combat experience was still insufficient. She actually failed to block the old man. Just as she was about to give chase, Ling Xiao gestured for her to stop. Senior Sister Lan, go and guard the entrance of the Beast Battle Arena. Don't let anyone from the Sword King sect out. Today, I will wash the Beast Battle Arena with blood. Ling Xiao's voice was very calm, without any emotion. He won't kill the innocent, but none of the Sword King sect's people here are innocent. As for those who were watching the show, he could let them go. He had no interest in killing them. The old man who came to the Beast Battle Arena with Chen Tian had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. He furiously stabbed out with his sword, and the sword light stretched out to 4 or 5 meters long. Before the sword light arrived, one could already feel the pain on the skin. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and the overflow rain sword instantly appeared in his hand. Then, he stabbed out with the sword. The crimson light skyrocketed, and the terrible killing intent seemed to be substantial. Clang! The two swords collided. Ling Xiao's figure was violently pushed back, and a trace of blood slid down the corner of his mouth. After more than 10 steps, he stabilized his body. As expected of a half-step celestial master with 50% of his strength. The power of his attack is really fierce. That disciple of the Yuehua school is simply courting death by confronting him head-on. Humph, he is too conceited. Obviously that female disciple is stronger. Sure, don't talk so much. That person is ferocious. Be careful, or he will kill you. In the eyes of the spectators, Ling Xiao was obviously at a disadvantage in this collision. Not only was he sent flying, but he was also bleeding. However, the old man seemed to be completely fine. He squatted on the ground and checked Chen Tian's injuries. He is already a dead dog. Why are you wasting your time? Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a hint of a smile. Is this person crazy? Yeah, he is clearly at a disadvantage, but he can still smile. I don't understand. The spectators indeed found it difficult to understand Ling Xiao's smile. Ling Xiao's smile was, of course, because he had met a good opponent. Only such an opponent could force him to tap into his potential and erupt with stronger combat strength. The old man slowly stood up. His eyes were cold and filled with a murderous aura. You are Ling Xiao, right? That's right. I have long heard of you. Recently, the rising star of Yuehua School, the old man said coldly. If you had not killed young Master Tian, you might have had a chance to live. But today, you can only die. Unfortunately, I have not lived long enough. Chen Tian's father should be your Sword King sect leader, Chen Nanqing. It is the father's fault for not teaching. Not only will I kill Chen Tian, but I will also make Chen Nanqing pay with his life, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ha ha. The old man could not help but laugh. You can't even block one of my attacks. The sect leader is 100 times stronger than me. You think you can kill him? You are overestimating yourself. Dream on. Elder Chen, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him and use his body to make a human puppet. It will be stronger than that trash from the Divine Sword sect. This old man's surname was Qin, and he was an outer sect elder of the Sword King sect. Other than Wu Zonglian, no one else dared to speak to him in such a manner. Ha ha ha, young Master Wu is right. The sect leader will definitely like such a human puppet. As long as young Master Tian's soul is not destroyed, he can use the human puppet to resurrect. When Elder Chen heard Wu Zonglian's words, he could not help but laugh. Good idea, it is really a good idea. That's right. Once this matter is done, the sect leader will definitely reward you. Who knows, maybe you will have the chance to break through to the celestial realm. At that time, you will no longer be an outer sect elder, but a true inner sect elder. Wu Zonglian was afraid of Ling Xiao, so he did not want Ling Xiao to live. Chapter 668. Wu Zonglian didn't want Ling Xiao to live. This was because he could feel that if Ling Xiao lived, their Sword King sect would definitely be in trouble in the 4-sect martial competition tomorrow. This person was simply a man, and a powerful one at that. He was capable of doing anything. Ling Xiao turned his head and glanced at Wu Zonglian. Are you in a hurry to die? Don't worry, I'll fulfill your wish later. He really didn't know what kind of expression the Sword King sect would have when 2 of their 5 participants were killed by Ling Xiao during the 4-sect martial competition tomorrow. Ling Xiao was really looking forward to it. You still want to kill my Sword King sect disciple? You won't have the chance. Elder Chen snorted coldly. The long sword in his hand trembled as he pierced towards Ling Xiao once again. Ling Xiao looked at Elder Chen as his body rapidly changed. He had already entered his human dragon form. Although his cultivation had increased, his combat strength had also increased. Facing a half-step Empyrean with 50% strength, it was still very difficult for him to win in his human form. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. At that time, he wouldn't have the chance to deal with others. He was brave but not impulsive. Ling Xiao's battle was always filled with calmness and wisdom. At the same time, the image of the ancient hell dragon appeared behind him. The sword in his right hand pierced out, but he suddenly retracted it. Elder Chen was stunned for a moment. He pointed his sword at Ling Xiao's left hand and a terrifying dragon-shaped chi sword tore through the air. 9 Meridian Chi Sword, Hell Dragon Sword. Coupled with the ancient Hell Dragon martial soul, the Hell Dragon Sword's power was even more terrifying. Elder Chen, who had already rushed out, couldn't dodge this attack. He had no choice but to circulate his true essence with all his might, causing the sword that was originally attacking Ling Xiao to collide with the Hell Dragon's sword. Buzz! The 2 forces collided, but there was no explosion as expected. Instead, they entangled together, forming a huge energy ball between the 2. Fighting requires wisdom. You're too stupid! Ling Xiao's voice rang in the old man's ears. Before he could react to the situation, he suddenly saw Ling Xiao's eyes. A powerful will that could almost instantly pierce through his soul directly pierced through his entire soul. Even though the half-step heavenly venerate only had 50% of his power, he still howled miserably in the face of this terrifying destructive intent. With his soul injured, his control over his power was greatly reduced. The huge energy ball that appeared between the two of them began to move towards Elder Chen. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already put away the overflow rain sword. He put his hands together, and the 9 meridian swords continuously gathered together, finally condensing into a huge sword. Then, Ling Xiao used the great sword as a racket and slapped the energy ball to help it move faster. I've already said that you're too stupid. A half-step Empyrean with 50% of your strength isn't weak, but unfortunately, you can't even display 70% of your strength. What a waste of such powerful strength! A dazzling light burst from Elder Chen's body, like a brilliant firework. This was the combined power of the two's moves. No matter how powerful Elder Chen was, he was powerless. Looking at Elder Chen's body that had been reduced to ashes, the entire beast battle arena fell into a dead silence. An early-stage Transcendent Realm cultivator had actually killed a half-step Empyrean with 50% of his strength so easily? How had he done it? Of course, Ling Xiao's cultivation was already at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, and in that attack just now, he had used his full strength. It was just that there were no masters in the stands, so no one was able to see it. But even so, in the eyes of these people, a Transcendent Realm cultivator defeating a half-step Empyrean was completely incomprehensible. Jumping a minor realm to challenge someone was already extremely powerful, worthy of being called a genius. Ling Xiao had directly jumped an entire great realm. They even suspected that Ling Xiao might be able to surpass a super cultivation level in battle. This person's fighting style is really cunning. Yes, his strength is not as good as Elder Chen's, but he first pretended to be weak, then used his powerful spiritual energy to cause damage to his opponent's soul before finally delivering a fatal blow. Too cunning! It's not just cunning, that energy ball, and the way he used his Qi sword. Even if there was the slightest difference in true Qi, he would have failed, but he actually succeeded. This level of control is simply terrifying. What's his name? Ling Xiao. So he's Ling Xiao? The Ling Xiao who killed Wang Shi when he was still an outer sect disciple? Yes, that's him. No wonder Sword King sect provoked this Demon King. I'm afraid they'll never have a day of peace. It's time for someone to come out and teach Sword King sect a lesson. These years, Sword King sect has been very domineering in the Sacred Dynasty. Many people are angry but don't dare to speak out. In the stands, there were those who hated Ling Xiao, and naturally there were those who supported Ling Xiao. No matter when, where, there would always be opposing forces. This place was no exception. Brother Ling, that Wu Zonglian is running. Suddenly, Ling Yihong's voice rang out. Ling Xiao slowly turned his head to look at Wu Zonglian, who was currently running out of the beast battle arena at an extremely fast speed. He can't run. Ling Gao's ghostly figure instantly crossed dozens of feet and blocked Wu Zonglian's path. You just said that you want to turn me into a human puppet? You haven't done it yet, why are you leaving? Ling Xiao's voice contained a bit of ridicule. Wu Zonglian looked at Ling Xiao nervously. He had never been so afraid of a person. Even if he encountered the Sword King sect's young sect master, Jian Wuji, he wouldn't be like this. This Ling Xiao was too ferocious. So ferocious that it made him completely lose the courage to resist. Suddenly, he shouted, "Whoever saves me will be rewarded with 2 jade-grade martial arts and 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. When there's a great reward, there will be a brave man." This saying was not joking. Hearing Wu Zonglian's words, many of the spectators who were originally watching on the sidelines were moved. That was 2 jade-grade martial arts and 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was absolutely worth a try. However, when they made up their minds and were just about to make a move, the aura of death spread out in front of them. Leng Hao and Dai Yuling made a move. A ray of sword light. Hundreds of vines. The few spectators who were just about to make a move died miserably on the spot. Haha, senior sister Yuling, I killed 4 people. 1 more than you. Dai Yuling shook her head and smiled bitterly. Unless it was a last resort, she was really unwilling to kill. However, if someone wanted to harm Ling Xiao, then she would definitely not show mercy. Be careful, don't let anyone disturb Ling Xiao. Lan Yu reminded as she blocked the entrance of the beast battle arena. Got it. Ling Hao and Dai Yuling nodded at the same time and became alert at the same time. At this time, Ling Wuheng and Ling Yihang had also recovered their battle strength. They also threw themselves into the battle with hatred, like two fierce beasts fighting with the disciples of the Sword King sect. Chapter 669. Wu Zonglian was in despair. No one could save him. He looked at Ling Xiao, who was right in front of him, took a deep breath and said, Ling Xiao, what are you trying to do? Do you really plan to completely fall out with the Sword King sect? At this time, you still say such stupid words. Do you think that after killing my people, you still want to be kind? Ling Xiao approached step by step, and asked with a smile. I can help you plead for mercy in front of Sect Master Chen Nanqing, and I can spare your life. Wu Zonglian said loudly. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. In the eyes of your Sword King sect, only your lives are important, and other people's lives are not? Ling Xiao laughed out loud. You people from the Sword King sect are too self-righteous. I've already said it before, the Sword King sect doesn't need to continue existing, Chen Nanqing must die. He spared me? Don't you think that's ridiculous? Ling Xiao, calm down. Isn't it just the lives of a few trash? I can give the Divine Sword sect a gold-ranked martial art, or even a jade-ranked martial art. I can also give them a large amount of spirit stones. This way, it should be enough compensation, right? It's just a few cheap lives. I think you should understand what's more beneficial to the Divine Sword sect. Wu Zonglian's back was covered in cold sweat, but until now, he still did not understand what he had done wrong, and was still ordering people around with a high and mighty attitude. A few cheap lives? Ling Xiao looked at Wu Zonglian with ridicule and said coldly, That's right, to you self-righteous idiots, it might just be a few cheap lives, but to me, it's my family. How could a mere martial art and spirit stones be enough to make up for the death of his loved ones? A life for a life, a debt for a debt. This was a matter of course. A person who could be sent away with just a few spirit stones and a few martial arts was an incompetent person, a coward. He, Ling Xiao, would not be like that. After today, he and the Sword King sect would be like fire and water, and there would be no room for peaceful coexistence. The Sword King sect would definitely not let him, Ling Xiao, off. And he, Ling Xiao, would definitely destroy the Sword King sect. If he didn't destroy the Sword King sect, he would have let Ling Wuhan down. No, he would have let down those innocent disciples who had been killed. He and the Sword King sect would not rest until one of them was dead. No! You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Sword King sect will definitely grind your bones to dust. There was also the Divine Sword sect. Yuehua School. They will all be destroyed. Wu Zonglian roared and finally burst out with his strength. He had already reached a point where he could no longer retreat. He could only fight to the death. Unfortunately, in front of Ling Xiao, all of this was futile. Pooh! A sword pierced Wu Zonglian's throat, and Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded in his ear. What a fool! I even killed Chen Tian. Why can't I kill you? You should leave first. Chen Nanqing, that old bastard, will soon meet you in the underground. There was no sympathy because Wu Zonglian deserved to die. Just now, when Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage, this fellow actually instigated Elder Chen to turn Ling Xiao into a human puppet. Just from this sentence alone, Wu Zonglian could not be separated from the matter of the Divine Sword sect. It was possible that Ling Yihang's current state was caused by Wu Zonglian. Towards animals, any cruel method was not excessive. Otherwise, they would only be even more arrogant and would only harm even more people. What a terrifying youth, what vicious methods. The Sword King sect has truly encountered a fiend. The remaining people in the stands all felt their hearts palpitate. They had come today to watch the Beast Fighting Arena Challenge, but they did not expect to see such a shocking scene. After killing Wu Zonglian, Ling Xiao took away his storage ring and placed it together with Chen Tian and Elder Chen's storage ring. There was nothing special inside. Other than spirit stones, there were only basic gold-rank martial arts. These did not have much meaning to him, but it was not bad to use them to strengthen the Divine Sword sect. Through this matter, it was clear that the Divine Sword sect was still too weak. They had to become stronger. Only then would no one dare to provoke them. In order to make the Divine Sword sect stronger, these resources were definitely not lacking. Ling Xiao looked around and saw the 3 half-step heavenly venerables fighting with the great fort master of Jade Devil Castle. He revealed a sneer. After that, the celestial dipper flying sword flew out from behind him and pierced into the bodies of the 3 people at an absolutely strange and perfect angle. The 3 of them were already at a disadvantage. After being pierced by the flying sword, they immediately died miserably at the hands of the great fort master of Jade Devil Castle. As for the rest of the Sword King sect's staff, not a single one was left alive. The entire beast fighting arena, except for those who were unrelated, had become a sea of blood. "Let's go!" Ling Xiao called out to everyone, turned around and left the beast fighting arena that reeked of blood. When the Demon King was enraged, the beast fighting arena was littered with corpses. This was the story that spread throughout the Sword King city the next day. If it was anyone else, after doing such a thing, they would have already left the Sword King sect in a hurry and hide as far away as possible. However, Ling Xiao did not do so. He only ordered Ling Wuhan and Ling Yihong to return to the Divine Sword sect that very night. He also told them to send a message to the entire Divine Sword sect to cultivate in seclusion and not take half a step out of the Divine Sword sect. After this incident, Ling Xiao felt that the Divine Sword sect's current situation was extremely awkward. Although they were already very strong compared to those weak sections. However, compared to the 12 sects, they were still very weak. Since that was the case, they might as well cultivate in seclusion. In any case, with the sect protecting array, even if any of the 12 sects wanted to deal with the Divine Sword sect, they would not be able to succeed in a short period of time. As for training, it was even simpler. The land of dragons was in Long Chen's hands. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect could go to the land of dragons to train and train. After the dragon race matured, the Divine Sword sect could openly become the 13th sect of the Sacred Dynasty. They could even squeeze out a sect and become one of the 12 sects. Ling Wuhan and Ling Yihong's departure also allowed Ling Xiao to have no more worries. That night, he told Wu Xiang the whole story. After all, this matter might involve the Yuehua school. Wu Xiang only said one sentence. "Whoever wants to kill you will have to step over my dead body first." Since a Grotto Heaven Realm expert had said so, Ling Xiao naturally had nothing to worry about. Although the Sword King's sect was stronger than the Yuehua school, the strongest person was only a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. There was really no need to be afraid. Even if he could not destroy the other party, at least he would not die. Before dawn, a group of people angrily rushed to the Yuehua school's temporary residence. Today was supposed to be the day of the 4 sects tournament. However, it was not time yet, but these people were all emitting cold killing intent. It was obvious that they wanted to harm the Yuehua school. The person in the lead was a middle-aged woman wearing a fiery red robe. However, she looked very young and her skin was well maintained. The corners of her eyes revealed a strong sense of hatred. The people behind her were all inner sect disciples of the Sword King sect. One of them had messy hair, and his face could not be seen clearly. One could only faintly see the word "prisoner" carved on his face. Chapter 670. The death row prisoner with messy hair exuded a gloomy aura that made people shudder. It was as if he wasn't human, but a devil from the 9 Serenities continent. This guy's strength might be more powerful than the woman in red. "Why are the few of you so aggressive? What's the matter?" Chang Wang, who had long sensed the danger, appeared at the door of the Yuehua school's temporary residence, and looked at the group of people indifferently. "Tell Ling Xiao, Lan Yue, Lun Hao, and Dai Yuling to come out." The woman in red's attitude was very domineering and arrogant. She didn't give Chang Wang any face at all. In fact, her cultivation wasn't as good as Chang Wei Ying's. The reason why she dared to act like this was because this was the Sword King sect, and she was the inner elder of the Sword King sect, and Wu Zonglian's master. When did the Sword King sect become so unruly? Do you think you can meet the people of our Yuehua school as you wish? Chang Wang sneered. Cut the crap. Those 4 people killed hundreds of our Sword King sect staff in the beast fighting arena yesterday. Among them were 2 core disciples. If it were you, would you take revenge for this? The woman in red said furiously. There's such a thing? Chang Wang was stunned. She really didn't know that such a thing happened in the beast fighting arena. However, this Ling Xiao was too ruthless. He killed other people's core disciples in their territory. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Although the Sword King's sect had always been very domineering and didn't give her any face, she definitely didn't have a good impression of the Sword King sect. However, this matter involved too many people and she didn't dare to make a decision on her own. Therefore, after thinking about it, she called Tantai Lingzi. Tantai, go and call Ling Xiao and the others over. What happened yesterday must be explained clearly in person. Don't let the Sword King sect and Yuehua school have any animosity between them. After all, Chang Wang was used to being last and being bullied by the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace. When faced with such a matter, the first thing she thought of was not to argue with them but to apologize first. Yes, master! Although Tantai Lingzi didn't know what was going on, she didn't dare to disobey Chang Wang. There's no need for that. We'll look for them ourselves. Who knows if you'll call them or tell them to escape? The woman in red didn't take Chang Yueying seriously at all and directly barged into Yuehua School's temporary residence. Chang Yueying hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward to stop him. She was much stronger than the woman in red. Once she tried to stop her, the woman in red would not be able to do anything. There's no need to harm our friendship over such a small matter. If you're worried, you can send a few people to follow my disciple. Chang Yuying's attitude was still very humble. No matter what, she didn't want to have a direct conflict with the Sword King sect because she really didn't have the guts or the courage. You 3, go with her. Even though the woman in red was overbearing, this time she came to find trouble with Ling Xiao and the others, not to become enemies with Yuehua School. What's more, she knew that she wasn't Chang Yueying's opponent, so she took a step back. The 3 Transcendent Realm inner disciples of the Sword King's sect followed Tantai Lingzi into the temporary residence to find Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao was cultivating in his room. Yesterday's battle had been very satisfying. At the same time, he had also comprehended a lot of things that he needed time to digest. However, at this moment, noisy footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. He couldn't help but frown and slowly opened his eyes. Ling Xiao, get out here! This roar was from an unfamiliar voice. It didn't put Ling Xiao in its eyes at all. It was as if it was calling out to its grandson. It was very rude. Bang! The next moment, the door was kicked open and the fan on the door almost flew out. This kind of behavior would be regarded as an absolute provocation no matter where it was. The disciples of the Sword King sect seemed to think that this was the Sword King sect. Was that why they could be so arrogant? 3 people walked in from outside the door. Tantai Lingzi wisely chose to stay outside the door. She knew Ling Xiao's temper very well. Entering the room in this way at this time was tantamount to courting death. You're Ling Xiao? One of them looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and asked. Get out! Ling Xiao didn't answer. Instead, he shouted coldly. What? The 3 of them looked at each other, wondering if this kid was stupid. Even at this time, he still dared to be so arrogant. Do you want to get out yourselves, or do you want me to help you? Ling Xiao still sat there without moving and asked the 3 of them indifferently. You dog, how dare you talk to the 3 of us like that? Don't forget that this is the Sword King sect, not your Yuehua school. How dare you go to the Animal Fighting Coliseum and not give us face? You really don't know what's good for you. Although the 3 of them didn't have the same cultivation as Ling Xiao, their tempers were worse than Ling Xiao's. Their arrogance was as if they didn't put anyone in Yuehua school in their eyes. Of course, they had a reason to do so. This time, the person who brought them here was an inner elder of the Sword King sect. With such a powerful backer, how could they be afraid of a mere Ling Xiao? Get out! Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense. With a wave of his hand, a powerful true origin gushed out. The three of them walked in, but in the end they flew out. Junior brother Ling, the inner elder of the Sword King sect, brought people here to look for you. It's better not to have a direct confrontation with them. Some things can be solved with a clear explanation. Tantai Lingzi frowned outside the door. She was the same as her master, a typical bully. Explain what? Ling Xiao asked rhetorically. It's about the animal fighting coliseum. Someone must have framed us to deliberately destroy our relationship with the Sword King sect. Tantai Lingzi said. There's no framing. I did the animal fighting coliseum. Humph, I haven't even questioned them, but they came here instead. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. What? You really did it? Tantai Lingzi was shocked. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold as to directly oppose the Sword King sect. He was simply crazy. Do you know the consequences of doing this? The Sword King sect may launch an attack on our Yuehua school. When that time comes, the Yuehua school may completely disappear from the Sky Dragon continent. Tantai Lingzi said loudly. Is that so? You didn't do that, but for so many years the number of Yuehua school's disciples who died for no reason at the hands of the Sword King sect is at least 1,000, if not tens of thousands. The territories that belong to the Yuehua school have been annexed by the Sword King sect are innumerable. Ling Xiao said coldly. Others have already bullied you at your doorstep, and you still admit defeat. You're really useless. He slowly stood up and walked out of the door. He glanced disdainfully at Tantai Lingzi, then stared at the three inner disciples of the Sword King sect who were lying on the ground and groaning. His eyes were filled with coldness. What do you want? Chapter 672. This Chan Yueying was really interesting. The enemy was bullying her, but she didn't think about how to resist. Instead, she thought about how to hand over her own sect's disciple to quench the flames. She was too spineless. Novel La. Tisk tisk, the head of the Yuehua school's law enforcement hall is really trash. He can't even control a disciple. The red-clothed woman glanced at Chan Yueying and laughed mockingly. Hearing this, Chan Yueying's face flushed red. She used to be the sect master of the Yuehua school, but now she was so embarrassed. It was all Ling Xiao's fault. Her gaze suddenly turned cold. In front of so many people, Ling Xiao really didn't give her face and embarrass her. She couldn't tolerate this. However, she didn't think that there was anything wrong with her approach. Ling Xiao, I'll ask you one last time. Where did you put the 2 slaves you brought back? Chan Yueying tried her best to suppress her anger. She didn't dare to get angry at the red-clothed elder, but she dared to show off in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Chan Yueying and shook his head gently. Then he said with a mocking smile, When the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden appeared, she actually made you the head of the Law Enforcement Hall. Now it seems that this was a mistake. As the head of the Yuehua School's Law Enforcement Hall, you followed the lead of a mere one-line sky martial artist from the Sword King sect. You were like a grandson in front of her, but you shouted at your own sect's disciple and showed off. This is simply a disgrace to the Yuehua school. No wonder the Yuehua school was laughed at in the Sacred Dynasty. It's because of a sect master like you. I feel disgusted. His words not only surprised the people from the Sword King sect, but even Chan Yueying and Chan Yueli were stunned. Who would have thought that he would actually dare to say such a thing in front of everyone? Shut up! Chan Yueying's entire body was trembling. Clearly, she was already on the verge of exploding. Ling Xiao had no intention of stopping. He looked at Chan Yueying with a smile and continued. If you really have the ability, if you really are powerful, why don't you kill these scumbags from the Sword King sect first and let everyone see the true power of the head of the Yuehua School's Law Enforcement Hall? If you can't do it, then shut your mouth and obediently be a coward. Don't flaunt your prowess in front of me and make a scene like a dog without a leash. Bastard, I'll kill you! Terrifying true essence rose from Chang Yueying's body. The aura of the peak of the heaven realm caused the red-clothed woman and the rest of the people from the Sword King's sect to jump in fright and retreat one after another. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, the murderous aura rose, as if creating an ocean of murderous aura. At this moment, Chang Yueying had already lost her rationality. Ling Xiao dared to insult her in front of so many people. He must die. Death was not enough to quell her anger. Kill me? Humph, that's all you have. Trying to show off in front of me, a transcendent realm cultivator. Ling Xiao looked at Chang Yueying indifferently. The other party's murderous aura had no effect on him. I'm so angry. Let me teach this stupid woman a lesson. At this moment, the Moonlight Fairy's spirit avatar couldn't stand it anymore. Chang Yueying's stupidity, cowardice, and shamelessness made the Moonlight Fairy's spirit avatar almost explode. Don't worry, she won't dare to make a move. With Wu Xiang here, she won't have the guts. There's no need for internal strife now. Ling Xiao had no intention of letting the spirit avatar make a move. He looked at Chang Yueying and said, If you really dare to make a move, I'll admire you, coward woman. Chang Yueying really didn't dare to make a move. Don't be fooled by her threatening appearance. It was just to scare people. If she really had the guts, she wouldn't have not dared to go to the Sword King sect for so many years to seek justice for the dead Yuehua school disciples. She looked at Wu Xiang, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, with an extremely ugly expression. The aura she released was very strong, but she didn't dare to make a move. Because she was afraid of Wu Xiang. Just like how she was afraid of the Sword King sect. Sigh, you waste. In the end, you still don't dare to attack. Ling Xiao glanced at Chang Yueying indifferently. This woman was really disappointing. Facing someone stronger than her, she didn't even have the courage to resist. She was too cowardly. Since you don't dare to attack, then scram to the side. Don't stand there and make a fool of yourself. Ling Xiao said coldly, then bypassed Chang Yueying, looked at the woman in red and asked, Are you here for me? That's right. The woman in red looked at Ling Xiao and mocked. We were originally here for you, but we didn't expect to see a good show. Is that so? You'll see a better show later, and you'll be participating in it. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Little bastard, you're really good at talking. Today, I'll tear your mouth apart. The woman in red said angrily. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I've already come out. Aren't you going to make a move? I can tell you clearly that I killed Wu Zonglian. Chen Tian too. Ling Xiao's voice was indifferent and calm, as if he didn't care about the furious Sword King sect at all. This kind of confidence made the hearts of the disciples of the Sword King sect pound. They didn't know where this kid's confidence came from. The woman in red sneered. If the Yuehua school was united, she might be afraid. But from the situation just now, this kid named Ling Xiao seemed to have a bad relationship with Chang Yueying. In that case, Chang Yueying and Chang Yueli wouldn't help. As for Golden Light Heavenly Venerable, the death row prisoners she brought were enough to deal with him. As for the new sect master of the Yuehua school, Wu Xiang, she didn't put him in her eyes at all. He was just a nobody. Maybe he was pushed out by the Yuehua school as a shield. Catch him. Remember, I want him alive. I want this kid to kneel in front of my disciple's grave and kowtow. The woman in red waved her hand to the people behind her and said coldly. Immediately, 5 people rushed out from behind the woman in red. All of them were 9th Order Transcendent Realm Invincible Realm cultivators. From this point alone, it could be seen that the comprehensive strength of the Sword King sect was much stronger than that of the Yuehua school. If they were in the Yuehua school, cultivators with this kind of strength could definitely enter the top 5 of the core disciples. At least in terms of cultivation, they were strong enough. But in the Sword King sect, they were only the best of the best among the inner disciples. Seeing these 5 people rush out, Ling Xiao shook his hands slightly and chi swords appeared on his fingertips. His eyes were calm and he had no intention of backing down. With cultivators of this level, not to mention 5, even if there were 50 of them, Ling Xiao wouldn't be afraid. So. 5 chi swords flew out in a row. The 5 top disciples of the Sword King sect didn't even have time to display their strength before they felt a chill in their throats. Then, their consciousness gradually faded and hot blood flowed out from their necks. Dong 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 dong. 5 people. 5 lives. 5 corpses. Chapter 673. It was as if the 5 of them had taken the initiative to send themselves to their deaths. How terrifying! The disciples of the Sword King sect were terrified. 5 invincible 9th layer transcendent realm cultivators had died at the hands of Ling Xiao in a single move. No wonder Ling Xiao was so calm. This guy's strength was actually so terrifying. You've been hiding your strength! The woman in red shouted sharply. Nonsense! There's no need for me to use my full strength to deal with a few pieces of trash, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Elder Hongi, you should be an inner elder of the Sword King sect, right? Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better do it yourself. Otherwise, I'll kill as many of you as you come today, unless you choose to retreat. The status of every sect was paved with corpses and blood. The Sword King sect was no exception. It was precisely because the Sword King sect was strong enough that even if they killed people from other sects, no one would dare to cause trouble for them. This was strength. Ling Xiao was just using the Sword King sect's method to deal with the Sword King sect. It was that simple. Ling Xiao's words were so cold that the disciples of the Sword King sect couldn't help but shudder. All of a sudden, they realized that they had provoked a madman. If there was no one to protect them, any one of them would die if they met Ling Xiao. Ha ha ha, with just you! The elder Hongi laughed crazily. She couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to do it herself. This was because she was very clear about the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed. Unless the first and second ranked core disciples of the Sword King sect made a move, no other disciple would be a match for him. Originally, she was worried that if she took action, it would cause Yuehua School to resist, but now there was no other way. If she didn't take action, they would really have to retreat. With just me! Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. This smile was full of confidence and also a bit of ridicule. After speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly moved and the sword in his hand flashed, turning the 3 Sword King sect disciples who were kneeling in front of his room into 3 cold corpses. Bastard! The red-clothed elder shouted and pounced on Ling Xiao. At this moment, she no longer cared about face. Even if she was cursed for being shameless, she had no choice but to act. Using her heaven realm cultivation to deal with a transcendent realm cultivator. Ha ha ha, since we're both intersect elders, why don't we exchange some blows? Golden Light Skymaster laughed and joined the battle. His palms flashed with golden light and blocked the red-robed elder, making it impossible for the red-robed elder to get close to Ling Xiao. You bastard! Hurry up and kill that brat! The red-clothed elder knew that she would not be able to break free from Golden Light Heavenly Sovereign in a short period of time. She had no choice but to shout at the condemned prisoner. That death row prisoner's strength was extremely powerful. Just by looking at his cultivation, he was actually not far off from Chang Yueying, reaching the 9th firmament heaven realm. The condemned prisoner roared, and like a wild beast, he instantly appeared beside Ling Xiao. At this time, the disciples of the Sword King sect opened their mouths and were ready to cheer because they knew that Ling Xiao was going to die. Facing such a sudden and powerful attack, he would definitely die. But before they could shout, Wu Xiang also joined the battle. With just one sword strike, the condemned prisoner was beheaded and fell to the ground like a dead dog. Good! The disciples of the Sword King sect shouted excitedly. They were not happy because Wu Xiang killed the condemned prisoner, but because their action of cheering was delayed. Their cheers were originally for the condemned prisoner, waiting for the condemned prisoner to shout after he killed Ling Xiao. But who knew that Wu Xiang would appear halfway and kill the condemned prisoner in an instant? You don't have to be so polite! Wu Xiang responded very mischievously, making the disciples of the Sword King sect so angry that they felt like vomiting blood. But Wu Xiang's might made them completely frightened. He actually killed the most powerful one among them with one move. Was there still any way to fight this battle? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao did not show any mercy. He was like a fierce tiger rushing into a flock of sheep, the energy sword in his hand shooting out unceasingly. Each energy sword could kill a disciple of the Sword King sect. Blood splattered everywhere. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The people of the Sword King sect who originally came aggressively to denounce Ling Xiao instead became the target of Ling Xiao's revenge. One by one, they died tragically under his sword. Just like what Ling Xiao said, if they did not leave, then they would all die here. There was no need to leave. He had no intention of being lenient at all. When the disciples of the Sword King sect saw this scene of complete slaughter, each and every one of them trembled with fear. They began to desperately shout and flee for their lives. Some even took out life-saving magic treasures to seek the support of powerhouses. However, it was useless. Ling Xiao used an array formation to conceal this place last night. No one could detect the battle here. Therefore, this group of people from the Sword King sect who came to denounce Ling Xiao would not be able to leave this place alive. What they shouted was not a cowardly servant who was respectful to them, but a demon who wanted to take their lives. While fighting, the red-robed elder turned around to take a look, but he almost spat out blood. The people she brought were killed one by Ling Xiao, but she did not even have the chance to save them. She was a sinner of the Sword King sect. These people were almost all the inner disciples of the Sword King sect, but they were killed one by one. What did this mean? The red-clothed elder did not dare to think about it. Once a sect lost its inner disciples, it was equivalent to having no future. This sect was basically equivalent to collapsing. Once the upper echelons reached the limit of their lifespan, this sect would also disperse. No! The red-clothed elder suddenly shouted and tried to pounce on Ling Xiao, but she was hit by Golden Light Heavenly Master's palm on the back. She spat out blood and was seriously injured. She lay on the ground like a dead dog while Ling Xiao stood in front of her. The Sword King sect's heritage is truly impressive. They actually have more than 500 inner disciples, and among these inner disciples, more than 100 have reached the 9th layer of the Transcendent Realm. If these people had been left alive, they would have been a threat to our Yuehua school. Unfortunately, they have all become corpses now. Blood dripped from the overflowing rained sword in Ling Xiao's hand. There was a hint of mockery on his face. Aren't you very good at killing innocent people? Didn't you come to denounce us? Then I'll give you a big gift. You'll regret it! You'll regret it! The red-clothed elder lay on the ground and glared at Ling Xiao, as if she wanted to kill Ling Xiao with her gaze. I, Ling Xiao, never regret what I do. I've heard such words many times. In the beast battle arena, Qin Tian and Wu Zhonglian said similar words, but they died. Now you've said the same thing. What do you think will happen? Aren't you very impressive? What do you look like now? You're lying there like a dead dog. Are you still an inner sect elder? Ling Xiao looked at the red-clothed elder at his feet and said coldly. Chapter 674. A dignified Sword King sect's inner sect elder. Unfortunately, in front of me, you're still like a dead dog. Let me tell you the truth, it's not that I don't have retribution, but it's not the time yet. Your Sword King sect once massacred the disciples of other sects, thinking that nothing would happen. Today, retribution has come. Since yesterday, when I saw my two friends being tortured by you in the beast fighting arena, I've already made up my mind. I'll kill whoever I meet from your Sword King sect. There won't be any fish that escapes the net. Ling Xiao's words were cold and cruel. This made Chang Yueying, Tan Ailingzi, and even Chan Yueli twitch uncontrollably. This brat was too terrifying. Just you? I'm afraid you don't have the strength. The red-clothed elder sneered. That's right, I don't have the strength now, but if 1 year isn't enough, then 2 years. If 2 years isn't enough, then 3 years. As long as I, Ling Xiao, am here, your Sword King sect will never have a day of peace. The red-clothed elder's heart trembled fiercely. She absolutely believed Ling Zhao's words because this person was a madman. She brought so many people, but they were all killed by this brat. She originally thought that this would be a very easy interrogation, but the final result was that she couldn't kill a single person, and her own people were basically all dead. Lamentable. Lamentable. Pitiful. Shameful. Suddenly, the red-clothed elder's eyes flickered with a strange and decisive red color. She suddenly used all her strength to leap up from the ground. A red light suddenly appeared in her hand. It was actually a snake-shaped sword. As it shook, it transformed into countless shadows. Illusory fog! The sword's name was Dense Fog Sword. This was a sword with fog attribute, an immortal-grade treasure. In addition to doubling the battle prowess of a heaven tier, it also came with a special skill. And this skill's name was Illusory Fog. At that moment, the red-clothed elder's figure seemed to disappear. Only dense killing intent pervaded Ling Zhao's surroundings. Strange skill. It was so close. Extremely fast speed. Ordinary people couldn't dodge at all. However, Ling Zhao wasn't an ordinary person. He would never underestimate any of his enemies. Therefore, even though the red-clothed elder was already lying on the ground, unable to move, he still vigilantly released his true essence ball and was prepared to deal with this woman's sneak attack at any time. The moment the red-robed elder's shoulder trembled slightly, Ling Zhao had already moved. Cloud Dragon Divine Journey, Illusion Array. His figure suddenly disappeared like a dream before the red-clothed elder's eyes. However, the sneak attack of an expert in the celestial realm, even if he was seriously injured, was still too terrifying. Ling Zhao still felt the pain of being touched on his neck. However, his powerful defense allowed him to remain unharmed. After all, he had dodged 80% of the attack's power. The remaining 20% was easily blocked by Ling Zhao's heavenly dragon golden body and the tortoiseshell heart-protecting mirror. Little bastard, just you wait. I will definitely report this to the sect leader. Your Yuehua school is finished. In the fog, a voice quickly faded away. It turned out that the red-clothed elder's attack on Ling Zhao was just a diversion. Her real goal was to escape. You want to escape after acting tough? The cold voice came from Wu Xiang. When the red-clothed elder launched a sneak attack just now, he was unable to save Ling Zhao in time. Fortunately, Ling Zhao reacted in time. Otherwise, he would really regret it for the rest of his life. At this moment, he was full of anger towards the red-clothed woman. Leave your worthless life behind! When the voice sounded, his body had already moved out. His speed was too fast. In addition, the fog had yet to recede, so no one saw how he moved. However, when the fog dissipated, he had already thrown a cold corpse at his feet. It was the red-clothed woman. A dignified inner sect elder of the Sword King sect was killed just like that. Wu Xiang, you've gone too far. You're too protective of Ling Zhao. He killed so many disciples of the Sword King sect and an inner sect elder of the Sword King sect. Do you really think the Sword King sect will let this go? Chan Yueli thought that the Moon Maiden and the Moonlight Maiden would not be able to suppress her outside the sect. As a Grotto Heaven Realm expert, she was even more powerful than Wu Xiang. Therefore, there was no need for her to be afraid of Wu Xiang. Naturally, his attitude was a bit more forceful. Chan Yueli, don't forget that I'm now the sect master of the Yuehua school. How dare you speak to me like that? Wu Xiang said coldly. Humph, don't try to show off in front of me. I was just giving you face in the sect. Now you're still trying to show off? Do you really think that anyone will care about you? Chan Yueli snorted coldly. You'd better think about how to face Chen Nanqing's anger. What? You're not going to do anything? Wu Xiang asked. What a joke. You and Ling Zhao killed them. What does it have to do with me? Why should I help? Chan Yueli said disdainfully. That's right. I won't do anything either. Sect Master, you and Ling Zhao have made a big mistake this time. It's better for you to atone for your sins with your death. In this way, perhaps the Sword King sect will let our Yuehua school go. Chan Wing also said. If that's the case, then go to hell. Before Wu Xiang could speak, Ling Xiao spoke first. Back then, the two of you were able to live because Her Highness the Moonlight Fairy felt that the two of you were still useful to the Yuehua school. She also thought that the two of you were related to the Moonlight Fairy by blood, so she didn't kill the two of you. Since we've already said this today, then there's no point for the two of you to live. Little bastard, I was afraid of you when we were in the sect. That wasn't because I was afraid of you, but because I was afraid of the Moonlight Fairy. But now, the Moonlight Fairy isn't by your side. I'll kill you first. Chan Yueli was furious. I'm right here. Why don't you do it? Ling Xiao looked at Chan Yueli with a smile that wasn't a smile. He couldn't take the initiative to attack because his spiritual avatar wouldn't help him kill Chan Yueli. However, if Chan Yueli came to kill him, then the situation would be different. His spiritual avatar would definitely attack Chan Yueli. Little bastard, do you really think that I won't dare to attack? Chan Yueli was more ruthless than Chan Yueying. She really attacked, and her speed was even faster than the red-clothed elder. Wu Xiang didn't stop her because he knew that Ling Xiao had the Moonlight token on him. This was something that Ling Xiao told him personally. Regarding this matter, Ling Xiao thought about it for a long time. In the end, he still told Wu Xiang. Because Wu Xiang was a good friend. If he didn't even have this little bit of trust in his friends, then he would be a failure. Chan Yueli was originally guarding against Wu Xiang, but when she realized that he didn't have any intention of interfering, she was overjoyed. She smashed the green walking stick in her hand towards Ling Xiao's head. Boom! As expected, Chan Yueli's body was sent flying. At the same time, a deep red wound appeared. You! How is this possible? Chan Yueli looked at Ling Xiao in horror. She was sure that the terrifying power that suddenly burst out from Ling Xiao's body didn't belong to Ling Xiao. It was an external power. Chapter 675. Now tell me, if the Sword King sect wants to kill the people from the Yuehua school, will you help? Ling Xiao asked Chan Yueli with a faint smile after defeating her in one move using his spiritual avatar. I'll help. Chan Yueli clenched her teeth. She finally understood what Ling Xiao was relying on. She didn't expect the Moonlight Goddess to choose a man as her successor, and it just had to be this brat. Chan Yueying also felt her body trembling slightly. Ling Xiao became even more mysterious and terrifying in her eyes. I'll help too. You two are smart. Now that the Yuehua school needs people, I'll let you two live. However, whether you can live well will depend on your performance. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and looked at Wu Xiang. Sect Master, we should go participate in the 4-Sects tournament. We're still going to participate in the 4-Sects tournament? Tantai Lingzi asked in surprise. Now that we in the Sword King's sect are like fire and water, can we still continue with the 4-Sects tournament? It's not up to us to decide. This year's 4-Sects tournament is hosted by the Sword King sect. We'll know once we go. Ling Xiao was going to cause trouble. If the time was right, he wouldn't mind wiping out the Sword King sect today. There's no need to think too much. All these years, the Yuehua school has been bullied by the Sword King sect and the Beast King Palace. He's had enough. He'll definitely participate in the 4-Sects tournament today. Wu Xiang nodded and led everyone to the Sword Pavilion where the Sword King sect was hosting the 4-Sects tournament. The Sword King sect master, Chen Nanqing's room was in a mess. A few higher-ups of the Sword King sect were discussing with Chen Nanqing how to deal with the Yuehua school. Of course, they didn't know what happened at the Yuehua school's temporary encampment. Ling Xiao had used a formation to shield himself, and then destroyed the corpses. Those hundreds of people seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Even if the Sword King sect suspected the Yuehua school, they didn't have any evidence to prove that they did it. They were currently arguing about the beast fighting Colosseum. Shut up! I already know about what happened at the bestial battle arena. My son, Chen Tian, also died there. If I don't take revenge for this, I won't be able to quell my anger. However, the 4-faction martial arts competition is just around the corner. I still have to give the Beast King Palace some face. After they leave, it won't be too late to make a move on Yuehua School. Chen Nanqing waved his hand and stopped the chaotic quarrel. All of you, go and prepare for the four-sect martial competition, lest others say that our Sword King sect is stingy. The higher-ups had no choice but to retreat. At this moment, a person walked out from behind the screen. He looked very similar to the sea race that Ling Xiao had seen before. Demon General, can we destroy Yuehua School first? Chen Nanqing's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. His son was killed by Ling Xiao. It was impossible to say that he wasn't angry and anxious to take revenge. Of course. I have already set up an ambush on the path that Yuehua School must pass by on his way back. With the help of the Yuehua School's people, let alone Ling Xiao, the Yuehua School will all die. The Sea Race Demon General chuckled. Thank you for your help, Demon General. As long as you are loyal to the Storm Legion, you will naturally benefit. Soon, not only Yuehua School, but even the Beast King Palace will be swallowed by your Sword King sect. The entire eastern region will be your Sword King sect's territory. The eastern region of the Sacred Dynasty was close to the sea and connected to the Storm Ocean. It was the only way for the Sea Race to enter the Sacred Dynasty. Therefore, this territory was very important. The Storm Legion had their reasons for choosing the Sword King sect as their target. After all, the Sword King sect was the strongest among the three eastern sections. Okay. Chen Nanqing's eyes shone with excitement. Although his son had died, he still had an even more outstanding adopted son. His name was Jian Wuji, and he was one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. The 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty were the 6 most outstanding geniuses of the Sacred Dynasty. They were all under the age of 20 and were half-step heavenly venerables. They were the absolute top existences among the transcendents. Although Ren Xingtian of the Yuehua School had reached the celestial realm, he was over 20 years old, so he was not included in the 6 young masters. Lan Yue was not qualified to be included. When the Yuehua School's group was about to arrive at the Sword Pavilion, a person blocked their way. Fellow Yuehua School colleagues, this one is Chao Yun. I am here to escort you to the Sword Pavilion. Chao Yun's cultivation was similar to Qin Tian's. Even his arrogant appearance was like a copy of Qin Tian's. The disciples of the Sword King sect are really arrogant. Wu Xiang and the other higher-ups of the Yuehua School naturally didn't want to talk nonsense with the disciple. Ling Xiao also didn't want to talk to such arrogant people. Tan Lingzi smiled and introduced Ling Xiao, Lan Yue, Dai Yuling, and Ling Hao. Chao Yun smiled faintly and said, The Yuehua School actually sent 4 newcomers this time. I have some impression of Lan Yue. She was defeated by my senior sister Chen Meng in one move. Although he was smiling, there was a hint of disdain in his tone. Would he still be smiling if he knew what happened at the Yuehua School's temporary residence? The group followed Chao Yun to the Sword Pavilion. On the way, Tan Lingzi asked curiously, Senior Brother Chao, what is your ranking among the core disciples of the Sword King sect? In fact, even if she didn't ask, Ling Xiao could guess. This person was definitely not first or second because his strength was not as good as Wu Zonglian and Qin Tian's. Therefore, he was ranked 5th. Chao Yun smiled and said, My aptitude is dull, so I'm only ranked 5th. He was ranked 5th and his cultivation was at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. Purely in terms of cultivation, he was higher than Ling Hao. Ling Hao was ranked 3rd among the core disciples of the Yuehua School. Ranked 5th? I heard that Jian Wuji of the Sword King sect is one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. How strong is he? Ling Xiao asked casually. He had killed the 3rd and 4th core disciples of the Sword King sect with his own hands. Therefore, the only ones who could arouse his interest were the 1st and 2nd disciples. You think you're qualified to ask about Senior Brother Wuji's background? Chao Yun looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully. Tan Lingzi hurriedly said, Senior Brother Chao, don't be angry. We just admired Senior Brother Jian Wuji for a long time. That's why we asked? That's more like it. Chao Yun was very satisfied with Tan Lingzi's respectful attitude. He then smiled and said, Senior Brother Wuji is one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. He's not on the same level as us. Therefore, although he has a spot in the 4-sect martial competition, he won't participate. His cultivation has already reached the level of a half-step heavenly venerable with 80% of his strength. He even killed a half-step heavenly venerable with 90% of his strength, and successfully escaped from the pursuit of a one-line sky cultivator. Moreover, he has already cultivated our sect's strongest sword art, the Sword King's sacred scripture. That is a rare jade-grade martial art. Logically speaking, only those who have entered the heaven realm can cultivate it. However, Senior Brother Wuji has broken the precedent, and become the only person in the Sword King's sect who has cultivated the sacred scripture while in the half-step heavenly venerable realm. Chapter 676. When Chao Yun talked about Jian Wuji, his face was full of admiration, but when he looked at Ling Xiao and the others, his face was full of disdain. Novel, in his opinion, in the 12 sects other than the other 5 young masters, no one else was qualified to challenge Jian Wuji. Even Ing Wuya from the Beast King Palace was not qualified, let alone these clowns from the Yuehua school. I really didn't expect Jian Wuji to have cultivated the Sword King's Sutra. This is going to be troublesome. Chan Yueying revealed a surprised expression. The Sword King's Sutra was the same as the Yuehua school's Moonlight Sutra. They were both the sect's strongest martial arts. They were both divided into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower. The most basic part of the first part was a precious jade martial art. In the Yuehua school, no one was able to successfully cultivate the first part of the Moonlight Sutra at the half-step celestial venerable realm. Even Chan Yueying, the flame deity, and Ren Xingtian could not do it. They only started cultivating after reaching the celestial venerable realm. This Jian Wuji was too heaven-defying. The Sword King's sect actually produced such a talent. One had to know that whether it was the Sword King's Sutra or the Moonlight Sutra, they were not limited to the category of martial arts. This was because they included martial souls, inner force cultivation methods, martial skills, movement techniques, and so on. They could be considered a complete set of inheritances. Once he succeeded in cultivating it, he would become extremely powerful. Now, in the Yuehua school, no one was able to successfully cultivate the Moonlight Sutra. Even Chan Yueying gave up halfway. This was because it was really too difficult. As they talked, they unknowingly arrived at the Sword Pavilion. At this time, the upper echelons of the Sword King's sect and the Beast King Palace, as well as the participating disciples, had already arrived. Because it was just a spar, it was not so rigid. The entire Sword Pavilion was decorated like a banquet. There were tea tables around, with tea and fruit plates on them. In the center was the arena for the spar. The upper echelons of the Beast King Palace and the Sword King's sect were talking and laughing. When they saw the people from the Yuehua school arrive, they sneered. Everyone, we're late! Wu Xiang cupped his hands and then looked at the seats of the Yuehua school. He could not help but sneer in his heart. The Sword King's sect really did not have the style of a large sect. The fruit plates arranged for the Yuehua school were all rotten. There were even insects. Everyone else had tea, but they only had plain water. Of the Sword King's sect's hospitality. However, Wu Xiang did not mind. The Yuehua sect and the Sword King's sect were like fire and water now. They might even go to war after the 4-sect tournament. The people from the 3 sects had a tacit understanding not to remind the Divine Sword sect. It was as if this sect did not exist at all. The Sword King's sect knew what was going on. The Beast King Palace did not care at all. The Yuehua sect, on the other hand, knew the details. Everyone has come from afar. It's been hard on you. Please take a seat. Only one person from the Sword King's sect stood up. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up when he saw this person. It's you! Junior brother, you know me? That person was stunned for a moment. Ling Xiao replied excitedly. I'm afraid senior brother has already forgotten about it, but I remember it very clearly. That day outside Sky Cloud City, if it wasn't for you who made a move to scare off the Beast King Palace's men, Sky Cloud City would have already been annihilated. Oh, it seems like there was such a thing. It's just a slight effort, not worth mentioning. That person smiled. I'm Jian Feng. May I know how to address you? Enough, Jian Feng. Don't forget your current status. You're just a servant disciple. What rights do you have to speak in front of so many people? Just as Ling Xiao was about to answer Jian Feng, a black-robed youth with a cold expression said coldly, I'm sorry, senior brother. I've said too much. Jian Feng's expression was ugly, but he still replied respectfully. Senior brother Jian Feng, I'm Ling Xiao. Some people don't know etiquette. What has it got to do with you when other people are talking? Ling Xiao didn't buy it at all. He still did what he was supposed to do. That black-robed youth's eyes suddenly widened as a terrifying murderous aura rushed towards Ling Xiao. Humph, how dare you offend senior brother Jian Wuji? You must be tired of living. Chao Yun had already sat down and couldn't help but snort coldly. So you're Jian Wuji. What bullshit 6 young masters. I think you're just SOSO. Ling Xiao didn't care about Jian Wuji's murderous aura. Using this kind of unformed sword will to deal with him was totally laughable. Presumptuous. Since when did Yuhua School's disciples not know the rules? The woman sitting beside Jian Wuji suddenly stood up and shouted. Who the hell are you? What rules do I need to know? Ling Xiao asked coldly. I'm Qinmeng, the second core disciple of the Sword King sect. The rules are that Yuhua School's disciples must keep their mouths shut during the Trisect martial arts competition, Qinmeng said coldly. Who set the rules? No one set the rules. It's just that Yuhua School's disciples are too weak and don't have the qualifications to sit on the same level as our 2 sects, let alone talk. We're already giving you face by letting you sit here. You'd better keep your stinky mouth shut, Qinmeng said sternly. Hee, strength? Very well, I'll make you shut your stinky mouth later. Ling Xiao sneered. Indeed, no matter where one was, strength spoke louder than words. If one's strength wasn't good enough, others wouldn't give you face and wouldn't take you seriously. You think you can do that? Qinmeng didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time with her. He looked at Jian Feng and said, Senior brother, you're much stronger than this woman. How did you end up like this? Junior brother Ling, there's no need to ask. Jian Feng shook his head. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes as he silently retreated to the side. At this moment, Ingweya stood up and smiled. Since everyone is here, let's start the Trisect martial arts competition. Why don't we introduce ourselves? After he finished speaking, he briefly introduced the 5 disciples of the Beast King Palace. The first was Decepticons. He was a very tall and muscular man. He stood there like a giant statue and was estimated to be about 3 meters tall. The second was Ingweya. Ling Xiao had never heard of the third and fourth. One was Wang Lang and the other was Li Hu. The fifth was Shi Jiao. On the Sword King sect's side, the first was Jian Wuji. The second was Qinmeng. Due to the deaths of Wu Zonglian and Qing Tian, Chao Yun fell to 3rd place. Adding the fact that most of the inner disciples had been killed, in the end, they did not even have a total of 5 people. Jian Feng made up the number and became the 4th. There were only 4 people in total. On the Yuhua School side, Lan Yue was naturally the leader. Lan Yue's cultivation was basically the same as Decepticons. They were both half-step heavenly venerables with 50% strength. Only Jian Wuji was the strongest. After all, he was one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. It wasn't strange for him to have such strength. If Jian Wuji really didn't make a move, then Ling Xiao was confident that he could defeat everyone except for him. Of course, Ling Xiao also had a way to deal with Jian Wuji. It was just that he didn't want to use his trump card unless it was absolutely necessary. Chapter 677. We're the hosts of the 4-sect martial competition. Chao Yun, go ahead and spar with the other senior and junior brothers, Chen Nanqing said to Chao Yun after the 3 sects introduced their disciples. Disciple understands. Chao Yun smiled confidently and walked to the center of the sword pavilion. He was at the 9th level of the transcendent realm. In terms of cultivation, he was stronger than the 3rd-ranked core disciple of the Yuehua school and the Beast King Palace. But in the Sword King sect, he was only ranked 5th. If Qin Tian and Wu Zonglian hadn't died, he wouldn't have had a chance to fight. Everyone, who wants to go first? Chao Yun stood there and looked at Ling Hao. Ling Hao was the 3rd-ranked disciple of the Yuehua school. His cultivation wasn't as high as Chao Yun's, so Chao Yun was more confident in winning. He could also give the Yuehua school a show of strength and help the sect vent their anger. Unfortunately, Ling Hao didn't look at him at all. He only whispered to Ling Xiao, who was beside him, about something. Chao Yun was very unhappy. The clowns of the Yuehua school actually dared to not give him face. Just as he was about to mock them, someone suddenly walked to the center of the field. "Let me show Brother Chao's methods." The person who walked out was the 3rd-ranked core disciple of the Beast King Palace, Wang Lang. His cultivation was on par with Chao Yun, and he looked very fierce. "Fine." Chao Yun glanced at the people of the Yuehua school and sneered. "You cowards, watch carefully how a real martial artist fights." "Ridiculous." Ling Xiao glanced at Dai Yuling and said in a low voice, "Senior Sister Dai Yuling, you don't have to give us face. Let's go up and cripple this brat later. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Dai Yuling smiled and nodded. She didn't feel embarrassed at all. It was obvious that she was very confident. While they were talking, the battle over there had already ended. Chao Yun really did have some tricks up his sleeve. Although Wang Lang wasn't bad, he was defeated in 2 moves by Chao Yun. With the same cultivation, Chao Yun was obviously stronger than Wang Lang. It wasn't unreasonable for this brat to be arrogant. "Thank you for letting me win." Chao Yun cupped his fists towards Wang Lang. Wang Lang returned to his seat dejectedly. "Senior brother, you can't do it. How did you lose after 2 moves? I'll go next." Li Hu glanced at Wang Lang, feeling quite dissatisfied. He jumped onto the stage and said, "Brother Chao, if you want to rest, you can stop for a while. If you don't want to rest, let's begin." Originally, after Chao Yun defeated Wang Lang, he wanted to deal with the people from Yuehua school, but he didn't expect Li Hu to come. He was rather displeased, so his attacks were even more ruthless than before. This Li Hu was really smarter than Wang Lang, and also more cunning. Facing Chao Yun's attacks, although he was constantly retreating, he still managed to resist for 10 moves before being stabbed by Chao Yun's sword. "I lost!" Li Hu was extremely depressed. He just sat there and didn't say anything. "The situation doesn't look good. This Chao Yun looks quite powerful. Is Rain Numinous really his match?" Lan Yue looked at Ling Xiao worriedly and asked. "Don't worry. The winner will definitely be decided within 10 moves. It's not that Chao Yun is too strong, but the 2 from Beast King Palace are too weak. They're just here to make up the numbers. The real strong ones on their side are Decepticons and Ying Wuya. Even Shi Jiao is stronger than those 2 guys." In terms of eyesight, no one present was stronger than Ling Xiao. He had already seen through the strength of those people, so he arranged for Dai Yuling to fight. 2 rounds have passed. "Chao Yun, you should take a break for the time being. Beast King Palace will be the host for the next round." Comparing notes was comparing notes. It was different from a real duel. Any rules could be discussed. Although Chao Yun felt that he had no problem, he had to listen to Chen Nanqing and return to his seat. Shi Jiao came to the stage and actually challenged Ling Xiao. "If you want to challenge junior brother Ling, you'll have to go through me first." Dai Yuling slowly got up, like a fairy of nature. Wherever she walked, flowers bloomed and even the plants became more vibrant. This was because of her martial soul, and also because of the martial arts she cultivated. "Fine, our cultivations are similar. I'll defeat you first, and then challenge him." Shi Jiao did not object. Her cultivation was currently at the early stage of the transcendent realm, so was Dai Yuling's. "It won't be that easy to defeat me." Dai Yuling chuckled. "Is that so? Shi Jiao's eyes suddenly glowed green as the phantom of a snake appeared behind her. She and Shi Mei both possessed a snake martial spirit, but of a different species. Of course! Dai Yuling did not dare to show weakness, summoning the phantom of a gourd vine behind her. This vine looked a bit old and many of its roots had turned yellow, or even withered, leaving only the roots with some green. What kind of broken martial spirit is this? Shi Jiao glanced at her disdainfully. Wisteria 3-layered waves. Dai Yuling didn't explain anything and just smiled. 3 beautiful vines suddenly shot out from behind her and shot towards Shi Jiao. These vines were extended from the gourd vine martial spirit and seemed to have a life of their own, making them not to be underestimated. The pressure coming from these vines caused Shi Jiao's heart to tremble, and she felt as if her breathing had suddenly become heavy and difficult. She now understood that one could not judge a person's strength purely from their cultivation. Even more so, one could not judge the strength of a martial spirit from its appearance. This Dai Yuling is too strong. 1,000 poison 10,000 snake hands. Shi Jiao displayed her strongest move and the snake martial spirit phantom behind her flickered with a bright light. She then pushed her hands forward and countless snake phantoms flew out and slammed into the 3 vines. Asterisk pa 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 pa. Asterisk a series of slapping sounds rang out, and the 3 vines seemed to have a life of their own as they quickly cleared away the snake phantoms. In almost an instant, not only were the snake phantoms completely destroyed, but they also left several wounds on Shi Jiao's body. What a terrifying martial spirit! What a shocking move! Did this woman obtain the inheritance of an immemorial martial spirit? It can't be wrong. Her martial spirit looks ordinary, but it's very powerful. In terms of level, it has reached the level of the out-of-body stage and is much stronger than Shi Jiao's. Yeah, Shi Jiao's martial spirit is only at the complete soul corporeal stage and has not reached the out-of-body stage yet. The strength of a martial spirit directly determines one's combat strength. Those sitting in the sword pavilion were all experts. Other than the participating disciples of the 3 sects, there were also the leaders of the 3 sections. They were all surprised to see the battle between Dai Yuling and Shi Jiao. Puff puff puff. 3 consecutive sounds were heard as the 3 vines pierced Shi Jiao in 3 different places. They were not fatal. After all, it was not a competition to take one's life. The Yuehua school did not need to provoke the Beast King Palace after offending the Sword King sect. Shi Jiao was knocked out of the battle circle and announced her defeat. The 5th place of the Yuehua school actually defeated the 5th place of the Beast King Palace. Today's trisect competition is really interesting. It's indeed a little surprising compared to the past. Chen Nanqing stroked his beard and looked at Xiao Yun with a smile. Xiao Yun, you have rested for a while. Go and test Dai Yuling's strength. Chapter 678. Dai Yuling's victory over Shi Jiao had set off a small climax in the trisect tournament. After all, Yuehua school had always been at the bottom of the trisect tournament. There had never been a case of a 5th place defeating a 5th place. It was even impossible for the 1st place to defeat the 3rd or 4th place. This was also why Yuehua school had been bullied and looked down upon by the other 2 sects for a long time. This girl must have obtained an ancient inheritance. Shi Jiao is no match for her at the same cultivation level. The higher-ups of the Sword King sect and the Beast King Palace quickly came to this conclusion. The 12 sects all had their own secret areas, just like Yuehua school's Moonlight Pagoda. However, there were very few people who could obtain an ancient inheritance. Sometimes, there would be no one in thousands of years. Just like this time, there were a few in the 3 sects of the East. This was simply a miracle. The higher-ups of the 3 sects came to the conclusion that the mountain river martial soul had appeared. The human king's luck had returned to the Sky Dragon continent, causing the Sky Dragon continent's luck to become stronger. Among the martial soul inheritances, there were ordinary martial soul inheritances, primordial demon king inheritances, and human immortal inheritances. These inheritances were all divided into strong and weak ones. Ling Zhao's primordial hull dragon martial soul was considered the strongest inheritance in the Moonlight Pagoda. However, other than him, no one knew about it yet. Dai Yuling's primordial gourd vine martial soul inheritance was ranked second. It was slightly stronger than Tantilingzi's Queen of Spiders' martial soul inheritance. Yuhua School has really produced a talent this year. It's a pity that her cultivation is too weak. Otherwise, she might be able to wash away the shame of the Yuhua School. Chen Nanqing smiled and said, Chao Yun, are you ready? Sect leader, I'm ready. Very good. Then go and test this girl's skills. Remember to be merciful. Don't be too ruthless. Otherwise, such a beautiful girl will lose face. Chen Nanqing seemed to be concerned about Dai Yuling, but he was actually disdainful and contemptuous. Anyone who wasn't a fool could hear his mocking tone. Dai Yuling was very unhappy. Earlier, when she fought with Shi Jiao, she still hadn't exerted her full strength. But this time, when facing Chao Yun, she didn't intend to show mercy. Chao Yun was stronger than Shi Jiao, and not just by a little bit, but she still wanted to defeat her opponent beautifully. After entering the arena, Chao Yun casually cupped his hands, as though he was just doing his job. Then, with a tremble of his longsword, a cold light flashed, as though frost was condensed, slashing towards Dai Yuling. The power of that sword was indeed powerful. In fact, both Wang Lang and Li Hu were defeated by that sword. This time, Chao Yun had used this move right from the start. It was clear that he did not want to give Yuhua School any face. He wanted to completely defeat Dai Yuling in one move. Just from the name of the Sword King sect, one could tell that their sword techniques were the most powerful. Furthermore, the path of swordsmanship was unconventional. Normally, one would be strong in offense and weak in defense. Chao Yun was no exception. Facing this brazen attack, Dai Yuling revealed a cautious expression. Then she drew a circle in the air with her hands. Green vine protection. The vines condensed into a huge shield, forming in front of her. Then, her true ether gushed out crazily to block Chao Yun's sudden attack. After all, there was a huge gap between her cultivation and Chao Yun's. She could only rely on the advantage of her martial soul to win. During the battle, there could not be the slightest mistake. Otherwise, she would really lose this battle. Crack! Sword light flashed, and the green vine barrier actually shattered, and huge cracks appeared on its surface. Dai Yuling took a few steps back, almost leaving the battle circle. There were also rules for this battle. There was a huge circle in the center of the sword pavilion. If one stepped out of it, it would be considered a loss. What a domineering attack! Is this the power of Sword Dao? The disciples of Beast King Palace could not help but exclaim. However, Yuhua School's side did not have any astonishment. They had seen stronger sword techniques. In terms of sword techniques, Chao Yun was not even worthy of carrying Ling Zhao's shoes. Dai Yuling, who was barely able to block Chao Yun's attack, became even more cautious. The two of them fought back and forth. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged more than 10 moves. During this process, Dai Yuling was always at a disadvantage, but she did not lose. She was not good at attacking or defending, but she was good at recovering. Therefore, a long battle was extremely advantageous to her. Unfortunately, the people of the Sword King's sect did not know this. They all cheered for Chao Yun, as if this battle would end soon. Jian Wuji narrowed his eyes as he watched the battle. Dai Yuling's fighting style was very similar to someone he had met before. That person was from the number 1 sect of the Sacred Dynasty, the Heavenly King sect of the 12 sects. There was a super genius in the Heavenly King sect. At the age of 17, he had reached the cultivation of a half-step Empyrean with 90% of his strength. Not only that, this person was best at this kind of long-lasting attack. If one could not defeat him in a short period of time, then they would definitely lose to him. Among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, this person was ranked first. He did not seem to have any special characteristics, but he was more powerful than anyone else. His name was rarely mentioned because this person was the holy son of the Sacred Dynasty, the legal successor of the Sacred King. There was no one else. Therefore, people called him the Holy Son. In the sacred dynasty, only those who could inherit the throne of the sacred emperor were called the Holy Son. The rest could only be called princes. Power, talent, strength, status, appearance, and so on. This Holy Son could be said to be a powerful existence that was doted on by thousands of people. Even Jian Wuji could not last more than 2 moves under his hands and suffered a crushing defeat. Dai Yuling's powerful ability to continue fighting made Jian Wuji think of the Holy Son. He could not help but frown. He was worried about the result of Chao Yun's battle. With his eyesight, the longer this battle dragged on, the more thoroughly Chao Yun would be defeated. Senior brother Ling, why do I feel that senior sister Yuling has been at a disadvantage? Do you want me to go up and teach that Chao Yun a lesson? Ling Hao went to Ling Zhao's side and said with a smile. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Wait a moment. After Yuling's battle, it'll be your turn. If we're talking about victory or defeat, it's naturally Yuling's victory. Chao Yun's attacks are powerful enough, but he doesn't have enough stamina. Look at his current moves, they're starting to weaken. On the other hand, Yuling is getting braver as the battle goes on, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Wu Xiang, Chang Yueying, Chan Yueli, Heavenly Lord Golden Light, and the others could all see this. In fact, Lin Hao could also see this. However, this kid was just like what Ling Xiao said. He wanted to go on stage, so he deliberately said that. At this moment, there was a sudden change in the battlefield. Wisteria 3-layered waves. Suddenly, Dai Yuling launched a killer move. Chao Yun did not have enough stamina. Just as he was about to condense another sword move, he was hit by 3 vines. The long sword in his hand fell to the ground and he was sent flying out of the battlefield. Thank you for letting me win, Dai Yuling said with a smile. Although she was panting, this battle was still under her control. She had withstood the most dangerous stage at the beginning. As the battle progressed, it became easier and easier. Defeating Chao Yun was a matter of course. Chapter 679. Dai Yuling defeated Shi Jiao and Chao Yun consecutively, which made Yuehua School proud. However, Shi Jiao and Chao Yun were still not convinced. Especially Chao Yun, who felt that he had underestimated his opponent and wanted to fight again. At this time, Lin Hao stood up and replaced Dai Yuling. He couldn't hold back any longer. After entering the arena, he defeated Chao Yun in just 10 moves. He was obviously much stronger than Dai Yuling. A genius was a genius. Although Ling Hao's cultivation was on par with Dai Yuling's, his comprehension was better than hers in all aspects. In fact, his martial soul was not inferior. He didn't obtain the immemorial martial soul inheritance in the Moonlight Pagoda, but he had awakened a martial soul that was not weaker than the immemorial martial soul. After that, he defeated Shi Jiao, Wan Lang, and Li Hu consecutively, completely establishing Yuehua School's dominance in the Trisect martial arts competition. At present, apart from Jian Wuji, only Chen Meng and Jian Feng had not entered the arena. Only Decepticons and Ying Wuya from Beast King Palace had not entered the arena. The rest of the people had been defeated by the 2 disciples of Yuehua School. It was a shame. Chen Nanqing's face was ugly. He glanced at Chen Meng and said coldly, "You go and exchange pointers with the disciples of Yuehua School." Chen Meng was a half-step heavenly master with 50% of her strength. She was very strong. Dai Yuling and Ling Hao were no match for her. Tantai Lingzi also didn't dare to challenge her rashly. Therefore, only Ling Xiao and Lan Yu could deal with the Yuehua School. Ling Xiao was about to stand up, but Lan Yu beat him to it. "Junior brother Ling, let me go and practice. After all, it's hard to find an opponent with the same cultivation level." "Okay, senior sister, be careful. Chen Meng is not easy to deal with," Ling Xiao reminded her and sat back down. "Don't you think that Ling Xiao from Yuehua School is really shameless? What's wrong? With his cultivation, he's only at the peak of the 9th layer transcendent realm, yet he wants to fight Chen Meng? Isn't he just putting on an act?" Yes. He probably knew that Lan Yu would go on stage. That's why he did that. He's really a disgusting and cunning villain." On the Sword King sect's side, several higher-ups were whispering, but their voices were very loud, as if they were deliberately letting the Yuehua School's people hear them. What? You're not convinced? Wu Xian asked coldly. Why should I be convinced? Don't tell me that Ling Xiao can really defeat Qin Meng. One of the upper echelons of the Sword King sect said disdainfully. What if he can win? Wu Xian smiled and said, if this Ling Xiao can really defeat Qin Meng, this old man is willing to give him 50,000 mid-grade spiritual stones as the prize. The upper echelon of the Sword King sect said loudly. Good. It's a deal. Miss Lan, let's let Ling Xiao fight this battle. Some people are not convinced. We have to show them what it means to be a genius. The three sects martial arts competition was originally a place to show off one's strength. If Ling Xiao had that ability, why not let him show it? What's more, in Wu Xiang's opinion, Ling Xiao didn't need to use his full strength to defeat Qin Meng. Sect Master, let senior sister Lan go first. She's already on the stage. Anyway, there's still a lot of time left. It won't be too late for me to go on stage and compete with Miss Qin Meng later. Ling Xiao said with a smile. And fine. The two sides stopped arguing, and the battle began. Qin Meng and Lan Yu were equal in strength and martial skills. Even their performance was on par. In the end, after 300 rounds, it was still a draw. This made the Sword King sect's higher-ups exclaim, that Lan Yu should be the strongest disciple of Yuehua School, right? She's actually tied with our second-ranked core disciple. It doesn't look like she's that strong. You talk too much. Ling Xiao slowly got up and walked to the center of the stage. He looked at Qin Meng and said, I don't want others to say that I'm taking advantage of you. You should go and rest for a while. If anyone else wants to spar with me, you can come up and give it a try. Ling Hao, Dai Yuling, and Lan Yu had already gone on stage. Ling Xiao didn't plan to go down until the three sects martial arts competition ended. This time, he wanted to show the people from the Sword King sect and the Beast King Palace that the Yuehua sect had risen and was no longer the weak sect that could be bullied by others. Of course, the more important thing was that more sparring would be of great help to his cultivation and other aspects of improvement. I'll go. Chao Yun was still brooding over the fact that he couldn't defeat Dai Yuling and Ling Hao. Therefore, he wanted to find balance with Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was only the fourth-ranked core disciple of Yuehua School. His ranking was even lower than Ling Hao's. You're not my opponent. Don't come up and embarrass yourself. Ling Xiao glanced at Chao Yun and said indifferently. Shameless boasting. Chao Yun naturally wouldn't back down because of Ling Xiao's words. He soared into the air and wanted to jump into the arena. Get lost! Ling Xiao shouted. He didn't make a move, but he used the dragon roar technique. Chao Yun jumped up, but he was forced back. Then, he fell heavily on the ground with a face full of shock and disbelief. What? Not to mention him, even the higher-ups of the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace were shocked. Although Chao Yun lost to Dai Yuling and Ling Hao, he still defeated Wang Lang and Li Hu. How could he lose so easily? Next, Ling Xiao said loudly. I'll go. This time, it was Ying Wuya who went on stage. Brother Ling, we've agreed to a battle before. Let's settle this fair and square today. I'll give you face. Ling Xiao looked at Ying Wuya and activated his mountain and river martial spirit. His eyes shone brightly. He already had an understanding of this person's strength. Ying Wuya's strength was on par with Tan Ai Lingzi's. He didn't even need to transform into his human dragon form to defeat his opponent. Come on! Ying Wuya shouted, and the shadow of the golden-winged rock appeared behind him. Then, his hands turned into eagle claws and pounced on Ling Xiao. His battle aura was very fierce. As he waved his claws, it was fierce and domineering. It was as if he could tear everything in front of him into pieces. The higher-ups of the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace couldn't help but be surprised. This guy is worthy of being a martial artist who inherited the golden-winged rock. Even Qin Meng would have a hard time winning against him. That's right. It'll be hard to determine the winner within 300 moves. Look at Ling Xiao. He only knows how to dodge and doesn't even have the strength to fight back. He'll definitely lose in less than 10 moves. Hearing this, the people from the Yuhua school sneered. Regardless of whether they hated Ling Xiao or supported Ling Xiao, this guy's strength was well known in the Yuhua school. The higher-ups of the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace were too hasty in coming to a conclusion so quickly. After 9 moves, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh and say, "Ingweya, you've really disappointed me." After saying this, he suddenly stopped dodging and directly stretched out his hands to meet Ingweya's claws head-on. Bang! Ingweya was directly sent flying. There was no suspense in his defeat. How was this possible? Had this guy been fooling around all this time? Chapter 680. The masters from the Beast King Palace and Sword King's sect were all dumbfounded. Ling Zhao's strength had far exceeded their expectations. When Ingweya got up from the ground, he was completely dumbfounded. Back in the Plague Valley, Ling Xiao was just an outer disciple of the Yuhua school. The difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. But now, both he and Ling Xiao were core disciples, yet he had been defeated without any suspense. He even wondered if Ling Xiao would have been able to last until the 9th move if he had used his full strength from the beginning. Perhaps he would have been defeated in 5 or 6 moves. Seeing Ling Xiao win, Jian Wuji's closed eyes finally opened again, and he couldn't help muttering to himself, "I really didn't expect to meet such a genius in the 3-sex martial arts competition." With just a peak 9th layer transcendent realm cultivation, he easily defeated a half-step heavenly venerable with 30% of his strength. What was a genius? In Jian Wuji's mind, only the Holy Sun could be considered a genius. However, Ling Zhao's performance seemed to not be inferior to the Holy Sun's. Should I defeat him here today? Jian Wuji actually felt a little restless. Forget it. Defeating him will only make him work harder. It's better to kill him in secret. Jian Wuji's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Although it was only for a moment, it showed that he felt Ling Xiao had become a threat to him. In his opinion, if he didn't stop Ling Xiao in time, this little brat would become the second Holy Sun. Although his current opponents were the other 5 of the Holy Dynasty's 6 young lords, a rising star like Ling Xiao couldn't be underestimated. After Ling Xiao defeated Ingweya, the atmosphere in Sword Pavilion became even more tense. One had to know that Ingweya was the second-ranked core disciple of the Beast King Palace, while Ling Xiao was only the second-ranked core disciple of the Yuhua school. The 4th rank defeating the 2nd rank was a bit unacceptable in itself, not to mention that Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer, a complete mismatch with his strength. If Ling Xiao could defeat the Decepticons, it would be equivalent to trampling on the Beast King Palace. The Yuhua school's name would at least be in the top 2 of the eastern region. Their ranking among the 12 sects would definitely rise. The Beast King Palace master's face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Yesterday, he had humiliated Yuhua school outside the Sword King sect. He didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. From the looks of it, only Decepticons could save some face for the Beast King Palace. Otherwise, they would really lose all their face today. Decepticons, the face of our Beast King Palace depends on you. If you lose, don't come down. The Beast King Palace master looked coldly at the Decepticons and said. Although Ingweya was his most valued disciple, the Decepticons' cultivation was much higher than Ingweya's. Defeating Ling Xiao shouldn't be a problem. Wait! Just as the Decepticons was about to go on stage, Chen Meng stepped forward. Brother Tyrant, you should rest for a while. The battle between Ling Xiao and I hasn't started yet. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. It turned out that these two were treating him as an opportunity to crush the Yuhua school. Did they really think he was a soft persimmon that could be pinched so easily? No need to go through so much trouble. You two can come at me together. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Meng and the Decepticons with a smile that wasn't a smile. To be honest, if these two came at him together, he would have to transform into his ancient golden dragon form. Of course, there was another way, and that was to use the seal card. However, the seal card was a life-saving measure, so he wasn't willing to use it at this time. He also didn't want to use his ancient golden dragon form in front of so many people. In the worst-case scenario, he would just test how great his potential was. Only a challenging battle would be beneficial to his improvement. Otherwise, if the battle was too easy, the value of this exchange would be reduced. How arrogant! Kid, don't think that you're so strong just because you defeated Ing Wuya. In front of us, you're still nothing. The Decepticons and Chen Meng both felt that they could defeat Ling Xiao, so how could the two of them fight together? Even if they won, it wouldn't be a glorious victory. Ling Xiao's words also shocked everyone from the three sects. There were many arrogant people these days, but this was the first time they had seen someone as arrogant as him. A trivial peak 9th layer transcendent realm cultivator actually dared to challenge two half-step heavenly venerables at the same time. This was simply audacious to the extreme. How about this, you two stop arguing? Ling Xiao just fought, so let him rest a little while you two fight. Whoever wins will fight Ling Xiao, Jian Wuji said slowly. That's fine. These two were both respectful towards Jian Wuji, so they naturally didn't dare to disobey Jian Wuji's words. Ling Xiao, go rest. Jian Wuji looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, his tone completely commanding. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Many thanks for Brother Jian's kindness, but there's no need for that. If they don't want to fight, then you can. In any case, I don't care who I fight. Impudent! You think you're worthy of fighting senior brother Wu Ji? Chen Meng was furious. Jian Wuji wasn't just her eldest senior brother, he was also the person she had a crush on. She absolutely couldn't tolerate someone looking down on Jian Wuji like this. She jumped directly into the field and attacked Ling Xiao. Seeing this, Decepticons could only retreat for the time being. He couldn't really join forces with Chen Meng to deal with Ling Xiao. After all, this wasn't a fight, it was just a spar. Beast King Palace's palace master didn't say anything. He hadn't expected things to develop to this point, so he could only take one step at a time. In fact, as long as Chen Meng defeated Ling Xiao, then Decepticons defeated Chen Meng, it didn't seem impossible. Looking at the two swords in Chen Meng's hands, Ling Xiao crossed his hands behind his back, his expression still as indifferent as before, but a strange light flashed across his eyes. The sword that Chen Meng had thrust out was actually pulled back in an instant. He even took a few steps back. He was greatly astonished. What happened? Why did I retreat? But what was that feeling just now? Why did I feel like I was being stared at by the gods of hell? Chen Meng didn't know why she was like this, but she couldn't help but retreat. In the eyes of others, it was as if she had taken the initiative to admit defeat. Chen Meng, admit defeat immediately, or you'll be doomed eternally. The shadow of Yi Guxian appeared behind Ling Xiao, and then his pupils turned a terrifying blood-red color. His killing intent, accompanied by an astonishing aura, pounced on Chen Meng. No! Of course, Chen Meng refused to admit defeat. However, in the next moment, she suddenly found that those sitting in the sword pavilion seemed to have released an astonishing murderous aura towards her. They all sneered, then stood up and walked towards her. This feeling was so real that she couldn't tell if it was real or fake. Go to hell, you bitch! I won't like you, never! You'll only be a burden to me! Jian Wuji's figure pounced, and a sword light flashed. Chen Meng found that her body began to fall apart, as if she was being cut into pieces by the sword light. Chapter 681. The bone-piercing pain made Chen Meng scream uncontrollably. Not only did she feel the intense pain, but she also felt despair in the depths of her heart. If Chen Meng had any weakness, it would be Jian Wuji. Ling Xiao just took advantage of the loophole. With his powerful massacre will, he condensed an illusory image of Jian Wuji, causing Chen Meng to fall into a state of confusion. Let alone the fact that this time around, Ling Xiao's thunder constellation was infused into the will of slaughter, causing the speed of invasion to be even faster. In addition, there was also a paralyzing effect, causing the might of his soul force to be even more terrifying. Chen Meng had never met an opponent like Ling Xiao. Coupled with her admiration and love for Jian Wuji, she fell into the trap without any reaction. Then, Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Chen Meng. With a light kick, he sent Chen Meng flying out of the ring. Whoosh! The whole place was in an uproar. Chen Meng woke up after being kicked out of the ring. Seeing that she had fallen out of the ring, she was so angry that she wanted to cry. "You're shameless! How dare you use such an unorthodox technique?" Chen Meng scolded loudly. "That's right. Since it's a spar, it should be fair and square. Using such a despicable technique is unfair." Chao Yun also shouted loudly. "Shut up! Don't you think it's embarrassing?" Chen Nanqing was indeed the sect leader of the Sword King sect. He shouted at Chao Yun and Chen Meng to stop. Although the secret soul technique was uncommon in the Sky Dragon continent, no one dared to say that it was an unorthodox technique. This was because there was an expert who specialized in the secret soul technique among the 12 immortals under the Human King realm. He did not know any martial arts. His only way of fighting was soul power. However, he was so strong that countless people felt ashamed of their inferiority. Even on the Sky Dragon continent, there were still experts who specialized in the secret soul technique. And Mo Wushang, who was ranked second among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, was an expert. Back then, the Holy Sun had to expend quite a bit of effort to defeat him. The Holy Sun and Mo Wushang were both disciples of the Heavenly King sect. This showed that the number 1 sect of the 12 sects lived up to its name. "Thank you for letting Miss Chen Meng win." Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at Chen Meng. Then he looked at the higher-up of the Sword King sect and said, "I wonder if Senior's bet is still valid?" "Of course." The Sword King sect's upper echelon's mouth twitched a few times. It was obvious that he was very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. No matter how Ling Xiao defeated Chen Meng, there was no doubt that he had defeated Chen Meng. "However, you defeated Chen Meng by using a soul secret technique. That can be considered a trick. If you have the guts, do you dare to make another bet with me?" "Oh? What kind of bet?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "If you can defeat the Decepticons without using your soul secret technique, I will give you 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I will not bargain, and I will give it to you immediately." The higher-up said coldly. 200,000. Ling Xiao said indifferently. "What? Your appetite is really big. What? You don't dare to gamble?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Bet. What's there to be afraid of? 200,000 it is. However, you must not use any soul secret technique. Otherwise, it will be your loss," the Sword King sect's upper echelon emphasized. Senior can rest assured on this point." Ling Xiao smiled, then looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone be my witness today. If I can defeat the Decepticons without using my soul force, he will give me 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones." The higher-ups of the 3 sects nodded, tacitly agreeing to the bet. Jian Wuji no longer closed his eyes. Ling Zhao's defeat of Ying Wuya had already shocked him. Now, this Ling Xiao was also proficient in soul secret technique. It was the same path as Mo Wushang, whom he was wary of. This made his killing intent towards Ling Xiao even more intense. Although the current Ling Xiao was not enough to pose any threat to him, such a person had to be killed in the cradle. Otherwise, even if he was a baby dragon now, he would be able to soar into the 9 heavens in the future. "How about it, Brother Ba? Are you still willing to exchange pointers with me?" Ling Xiao looked at the Decepticons. Decepticons' cultivation was similar to Chen Meng's, and their combat ability was not far off. The 2 of them had fought many times in private, and all of them were exchanging pointers. Basically, they were evenly matched. To be honest, Ling Zhao's strange method of defeating Chen Meng made the Decepticons not dare to make a move. He was afraid that he would lose in such an embarrassing manner. Fortunately, Ling Xiao could not use any soul secret technique. What was there to be afraid of? Could it be that he, the number 1 core disciple of the Beast King Palace, did not dare to fight? "Of course, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The Decepticon tiger leaped into the battle. The only thing he was afraid of was Ling Zhao's soul's secret technique. Since his opponent could not use it, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. Boom! Suddenly, Decepticons released all of his aura. A huge shadow of a black tiger appeared behind him, looking extremely ferocious. So much so that his energy shattered the fruit platter on the coffee table more than 10 meters away. Since Brother Ba is so confident, please make your move. I did not consume much energy in the battle with Chenming, so you don't have to be afraid. Come at me. Ling Xiao stood calmly in front of the Decepticons. His long black hair draped over his shoulders, and there was a faint smile on his face. He was as immovable as a mountain, standing there steadily. No matter how strong Decepticon's aura was, it could not make him move an inch. However, I need to remind Brother Ba that the higher your expectations, the greater your disappointment. You may face an outcome that you can't accept, so you must be mentally prepared. Tantai Lingzi glanced at Chan Yueying and asked in a low voice, Master, this Ling Xiao seems to be hiding something? Chan Yueying nodded slowly and said, You're right. This Ling Xiao has too many trump cards. I've lived for so long, but I've never seen someone who knows so many tricks that the enemy can't guard against. It's terrifying. How about Decepticons? Tantai Lingzi asked again. Chan Yueying took a deep breath and said, He's very strong. Although he's a disciple of the Beast King Palace, I have to say that he's much stronger than you. This will definitely be a tough battle, unless Ling Xiao uses the soul's secret technique from earlier. Although Lan Wei was unwilling to agree with Chan Yueying's analysis, she had to agree. Just now, she had analyzed the situation with the Decepticons. If she fought with the Decepticons, it would still be impossible to determine the victor within 300 moves. Although she believed that Ling Xiao would definitely win, she had to admit that this would definitely be a tough battle. Decepticons was like an erupting volcano. He was irritable, terrifying, and majestic, as if he wanted to destroy everything. However, Ling Xiao at this moment was more like a mysterious iceberg. He was quiet but very dangerous. The two's performance was completely different, but they both had the demeanor of an expert. The fight between the two of them was really worth looking forward to. Chapter 682. Anyone can talk big. Wait until you can take this move of mine. Otherwise, you don't even have the qualifications to make me go all out. Decepticon's aura was still very strong, but it kept gathering inwards, as if he was preparing for a terrifying move. Then, Decepticons made a pouncing motion, complementing the black tiger behind him. This movement seemed very slow, and did not have any momentum. However, in an instant, when he pounced, his aura completely changed. This attack was like a fierce tiger coming out of the mountain, a volcano erupting, thunder falling from the sky, and a stormy sea. The feeling of wanting to destroy everything made people mistakenly think that the end of the world had arrived. They could not help but tremble in fear. 9 moves of the Tyrant Heaven, Tiger out of the cage. This was the move of the tyrannical Sky Tiger. It was a martial skill that perfectly merged the attributes of one's true origin with the martial soul. Not only was it powerful, but its momentum was also vigorous. No wonder he was the #1 core disciple of the Beast King Palace. It was indeed powerful. Good move! Watch me! Seeing Decepticon's terrifying move, Ling Xiao did not retreat. Instead, he looked excited. At that moment, his pupils suddenly turned black and gold flames burned. A black divine dragon circled behind him, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. Ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul! It's actually the Ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul! Chen Nanqing stood up abruptly. His eyes were filled with greed and extreme desire. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, including the people from Yuhua School. They had always thought that Ling Zhao's martial soul was a black dragon. They did not expect it to be one of the 9 primordial dragon martial souls, the Ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul. No wonder Ling Zhao's strength suddenly became so strong. So terrifying. Jian Wuji also stood up excitedly. Ling Xiao had moved him too much. He actually had one of the 9 strongest martial souls below the mountain river martial soul. This was simply maddening. When Ling Xiao heard Chen Nanqing's words, he could not help but feel uneasy. Chen Nanqing could actually tell that his martial soul was the ancient Hell Dragon martial soul. This was going to be troublesome. No, I have to cover it up and deceive him. He knew very well that his cultivation was still not strong enough. If the news of him obtaining the ancient Hell Dragon martial soul were to spread, he would really become the target of public criticism. At that time, he would have to face countless dangers and crises. Rumble! The divine dragon's shadow shook and became more realistic. However, if one looked closely, they would find that although the shadow behind Ling Xiao was very similar to the ancient Hell Dragon, there was a difference. It should be a black dragon. The black dragon was the descendant of the ancient Hell Dragon. The two were very similar in appearance, but there was a big difference. The ancient Hell Dragon's dragon scales were black gold and burned with hell fire. Moreover, there was an obvious Dragon King mark on its forehead. Each of the 9 primordial Dragon Kings had a Dragon King mark. It represented their identity as a king. The ancient Hell Dragon was not the name of a race. It referred to one of the 9 Dragon Kings, the Dragon Slayer who had the Hell Dragon soul. It was the same for the other 8 Dragon Kings. Similar dragon races had other names, such as Black Dragon, Holy Dragon, Demon Dragon, White Dragon, Ghost Dragon, and so on. Similarly, the ancient Golden Dragon referred to the Golden Dragon Emperor, Pan Tian. Although its descendants looked exactly like it, but lacked the Dragon King mark, they could only be called Golden Dragon, Amber Dragon, and so on. They would never be called Ancient Golden Dragon. Phew! Chen Nanqing breathed a sigh of relief. So it's the ancient Black Dragon martial soul. I almost misjudged him. But this kid is really lucky. He actually got the ancient martial soul inheritance, and it's a very special dragon soul inheritance. Although it's not as good as the 9 Dragon Kings' martial soul inheritance, it's still very powerful. Wu Xiang and the others were a little disappointed. If Ling Xiao really got the ancient Hell Dragon's Hell Dragon soul inheritance, then Yuhua School's luck was really going to change. Seeing everyone's reaction, Ling Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the Black Dragon King's Dragon Pearl in his body. He could use it to hide the appearance of the ancient Hell Dragon. Otherwise, this time it would be really troublesome. After this matter was settled, Ling Xiao began to focus on the battle. Rumble! In a moment, the Decepticons' attack was approaching. It was only one move, but it gave a feeling of surging and endless waves, as if one after another monstrous waves were crashing toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there as steady as a mountain. Then, he pushed his hands forward, and a huge shadow of the ancient Hell Dragon appeared in front of him. Its huge body blocked the tyrannical Sky Tiger's relentless attacks. The next moment, the dazzling black gold light collided with the white gold light, forming a dazzling fog that was so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Then, there was a continuous rumble, and the sound of plates and teacups shattering on the table could be heard. The entire sword pavilion was shaking non-stop. That Ling Xiao really took it. A peak transcendent realm 9th layer cultivator took half the power of a half-step heavenly venerable's attack. Ling Xiao really didn't use any soul secret techniques. Just now, he was purely using his martial spirit and true qi to defend himself. But this guy's martial spirit is actually the ancient Hell Dragon martial spirit. No wonder he was so confident in facing the Decepticons. It seems that Ling Xiao wasn't just spouting nonsense when he said he could defeat the Decepticons. Maybe he really does have the strength to do so. I don't think so. Although Ling Xiao blocked the Decepticons' attack, he even used his most reliable martial spirit to defend himself. Let's see what he can do next. That's true, in terms of experience, calculation, and true qi, Ling Xiao is far inferior to the Decepticons. It's not easy for him to block this attack, he really might lose. Although most people were shocked by Ling Xiao's strength, they didn't expect him to be so strong. After careful analysis, however, they weren't very optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances. One had to know that just now, the Decepticon's attack was just a probing attack, as if he was looking down on Ling Xiao. As for how much of his strength he had displayed, it was hard to say. After all, a half-step heavenly venerable with half of his strength was not an ordinary cultivator. It was difficult to estimate just how strong he was. Sitting in his seat, Ingwea's face was a little pale. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. When you fought with me just now, you didn't even bother using your ancient hell dragon martial spirit. I didn't expect that in just a few months, you would be so much stronger than me. Sect Master, after I go back, I want to take the chaotic beast path. Ingwea suddenly said to the Beast King Palace Master. You should think about it carefully. The chaotic beast path is a path of death. For thousands of years, none of our Beast King Palace's disciples have ever come out alive. The Beast King Palace Master reminded. Chapter 683. Disciple understands, but disciple must go. Ingwea's eyes flashed with a strong will to fight. Ingwea knew how dangerous the chaotic beast path was, but if he wanted to catch up to Ling Xiao, he had to put his life on the line. It seems like misfortune is a blessing in disguise. Although you lost to Ling Xiao, your will to cultivate has become stronger. Good, when we return, I will personally lead the way for you. Thank you, sect leader. On the other side, the inner sect elder of the Sword King sect looked gloomy. He thought that Decepticons would be able to defeat Ling Xiao easily. After all, the difference in their cultivation was too big. If Ling Xiao did not use his secret soul technique, he would not be able to last more than a few moves. But now, it seemed that Decepticons might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Things were getting a little tricky now. He did not care about the 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As an inner sect elder, he could still afford to take out such a small amount of spirit stones. What he cared about was his reputation. Moreover, the rise of Ling Xiao meant that the rise of Yuehua School was not good news for the Sword King sect. Sect leader, Yuehua School is really rising. Shouldn't we think of a way to deal with it? The inner sect elder asked Chen Nanqing telepathically. Chen Nanqing snorted and replied, Don't worry, I have already arranged a perfect hunting plan. This time, none of the people who came to the Sword King sect will leave alive. Yuehua sect can only wait to be trampled by our Sword King sect forever, never to rise again. Sect leader is indeed wise, but that Chang Yueli is not easy to deal with. She is an old ghost in the Grotto Heaven realm. Do you want to deal with her personally? They did not know that Wu Xiang was also in the Grotto Heaven realm. They were just one step behind. No need, that old ghost Chang Yueli can't wait for those people to die. When the time comes, just don't bother her. If Chen Nanqing didn't have a deep understanding of Yuehua School's situation, he wouldn't have been so confident in his plan. Of course, in the end, he still lacked first-hand information about Wu Xiang, Ling Xiao, and the others who had recently risen to prominence. He also disdained to cooperate with Chang Yueli, so it was normal for him to make a mistake in his judgment. During the battle, Ling Xiao could still vaguely feel Chen Nanqing's killing intent towards him. However, he was not afraid. He could not hide in the Yuehua School and cultivate forever. As long as he stood out, he would definitely attract the attention of these narrow-minded and vicious people. There was no use in being afraid. If it was a hurdle, then he would just step over it. Whether it would be Chen Nanqing or him who would die, this was still an unknown. As long as he was determined to win, he would be able to find a way to resolve this. After all, he possessed the mountain river martial spirit. He had to make good use of this most powerful martial soul. The reason why he had the opportunity to consider so many things was mainly because the Decepticons had suddenly become cautious after the first attack and did not continue to attack. Others might not know why, but Ling Xiao was very clear about it. Under the analysis ability of the mountain river martial spirit, the Decepticons' attack had nowhere to hide. The Decepticons had used a full 90% of his strength in that attack just now. An attack with 90% of his strength had been blocked by Ling Xiao. No matter what, this would make the Decepticons wary and cautious, not daring to underestimate him in the slightest. You are very good. Very strong. As expected, you are not just good at talking. The Decepticons saw that Ling Xiao was looking at him, but he was accumulating true essence while speaking to delay the time. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, You have already attacked, now it is my turn. 9 Meridian's Chi Sword, Hell's Dragon Sword. Ling Xiao almost did not waste words with the Decepticons, because he had seen through the Decepticons' intentions. He took a step forward with his right foot, and then the black and gold light on his body boiled again, shining brightly and abnormally dazzling. He put his palms together, holding a huge black and gold long sword in his hands, piercing through the void towards the Decepticons. Chi 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 chi, the air in front of him was pierced layer by layer, and the huge black and gold long sword burned with black and gold flames. For a moment, the surrounding air seemed to have solidified, and then collapsed and deformed. The people and scenery in front of him became fragmented and distorted. What sword technique is that? He can use it without using a weapon, and it is so powerful? Chen Meng was dumbfounded. Just now, she felt very vexed about losing to Ling Xiao, but at this time, even if she hated Ling Xiao, she had to admit that Ling Xiao's strength was absolutely qualified to fight with her. Block it for me! Not only was Chen Meng shocked, the Decepticons in the field was even more shocked. Facing Ling Gao's terrifying sword, he had no choice but to use all his skills. His chi transformed into a huge tiger claw, and fiercely grabbed the huge black and gold sword. Ka ka ka! The huge sword stopped for a moment, but it was only for a moment. The black and gold flames on the huge sword became even more dazzling, and then it still slowly pierced towards the ceiling. Decepticon's face was solemn, and his chi was released without any regard for his life, not daring to slack off at all. The glaring white light made him as dazzling as the sun. He had exploded with astonishing battle strength. At this moment, Decepticons was actually able to display a level stronger than usual under the immense pressure. This was probably the benefit of sparring with an expert. 9 styles of the Tyrant Heaven, Black Tiger Raging Flame Claw. At the same time, Decepticon's hands were also burning with flames, but it was a scarlet-red flame that wrapped around his hands. The terrifying power finally completely stopped the Hell's Dragon Sword from advancing. Pun! The Hell's Dragon Sword exploded. However, Decepticon's hands were also severely damaged, and both of his arms were constantly trembling. He not only displayed his full strength, but even exceeded it, and only then was he able to block Ling Xiao's attack. Oh, oh, oh! Decepticons suddenly let out an ear-piercing roar, and his body began to change. His original human form actually turned into a tiger man. Ling Xiao had always felt that when human warriors used their martial souls, they could actually fuse with their martial souls, and then enter different forms. However, this also required talent. Out of 10 people, there might be 3 who could enter the human martial soul fusion state. However, out of these 3 people, only 1 could enter the complete martial soul transformation state. Ling Xiao's human dragon form was very special, and the immemorial golden dragon form was even more special. Today, he was overjoyed to meet a warrior who could enter the Tiger Man form. The earlier he met such an opponent, the better, because the sooner he could find a way to deal with it. From the moment he entered the fusion state, he could be divided into 10 forms. The first form was the weakest, and was the closest to a human. The 10th form was the strongest, and was almost a complete martial soul transformation. Decepticon's Tiger Man form was only the first form, but even so, it could already increase his overall strength by 10%. This 10% of his strength included strength, speed, true essence, and all other aspects. Including his 5 senses and reaction, they would all increase at the same time. This was equivalent to a completely new change. Chapter 684. Ha ha ha, it feels great. Ling Xiao, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Tiger Man form so smoothly. Since you helped me, I'll let you lose with dignity. Decepticons laughed loudly, and the feeling of being wrong disappeared in an instant. In his opinion, he could already beat Ling Xiao. After all, it was an all-around improvement of 10%. The gloomy expression on Chen Meng's face deepened. She didn't expect that even Decepticons had entered such a strange form. She was afraid that she wouldn't be a match for the Decepticons now. When Jian Wuji saw Decepticons, he suddenly thought of Bai Qianjiao, who ranked third among the 6 young masters. That guy could also enter this form. After entering this form, his fighting strength was amazing. He could fight to a draw with Bai Qianjiao in human form, but he couldn't beat Bai Qianjiao in fusion form and lost miserably. Bai Qianjiao was a disciple of the Blue Water Sacred Palace, which ranked second among the 12 sects. Not only was it mysterious, but it was also very powerful. Of course, Decepticons couldn't be compared to Bai Qianjiao. Bai Qianjiao was 10 times stronger than Decepticons. How would Ling Xiao deal with him? Although Jian Wuji wanted to kill Ling Xiao very much, he couldn't help but want to watch Ling Xiao fight. This was because Ling Xiao's fighting style was very smart. He felt that he might be able to learn something useful from it. Just as Jian Wuji was thinking about these things, Decepticons began to pursue. He had entered the Tiger Man form and his fighting strength had greatly increased. Naturally, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to completely defeat Ling Xiao. The continuous claw shadows kept changing in the air, each of them fierce and ferocious, each of them terrifying beyond compare. However, Ling Xiao didn't back down. He pulled out the ice dragon sword and fiercely collided with the opponent's claw shadows, causing the teacups that were already broken to shatter once again. Even the marble coffee table had cracks. Ling Xiao, lose for me! Decepticons suddenly jumped up. Like a fierce tiger descending from the sky, he fiercely slapped Ling Xiao with both of his claws. Roar! A terrifying and resounding tiger roar sounded. Decepticons seemed to have turned into a ferocious black tiger, as he let out a ferocious roar. When the disciples of the 3 sects hear this roar's TT, they actually felt dizzy and their bodies weak. Their heart beats violently, they had the urge to run away. At this moment, the Decepticon tiger was very confident in its attack power. After entering his Tiger Man form, the fear he had towards Ling Xiao had completely vanished. In a battle of this level, the scariest thing was to lose in terms of momentum before the fight even started. Decepticons was like that before, but now, he had changed his decline and became extremely fierce and confident. He didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. Thunder and lightning, hellfire furnace! Following Ling Xiao's roar, the ancient hell dragon's shadow behind him actually spat out a huge furnace. Inside the furnace, raging flames surged. Then, thunder and lightning appeared around the furnace. Ling Xiao fused the furnace he obtained from the Moonlight Pagoda back into the ancient hell dragon martial soul. Because the furnace itself was formed from the Dragon Slayer's dragon core, it was very easy to fuse it. This hellfire furnace could refine everything that the hellfire could burn. Coupled with the thunder and lightning phenomenon, its defensive power was absolutely astonishing. At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't enter his dragon form because he felt that it would be too boring to do so now. The battle might end very quickly. This feeling was just right. He just happened to be able to practice the moves he hadn't used yet. This wasn't a martial skill, but a pure defense of his martial soul combined with the power of celestial phenomenon. Inside the hellfire furnace, there seemed to be a trembling roar of a devil. Under the thunder and lightning, countless claw shadows were completely shattered. This is too exaggerated. Is this still a battle between transcendents? Fortunately, I didn't force him to make a move. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to block a single move. Chao Yun was extremely shocked in his heart. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so strong. Decepticon's strength was reasonable, but what the hell was Ling Xiao? Shi Jiao and Ing Wuya looked at each other, deep fear and helplessness in their eyes. The two of them originally wanted to avenge Shi Mei, but in the current situation, it was obvious that even their eldest senior brother Decepticons couldn't take down this person, let alone them. Chen Meng was completely dumbfounded. She thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be her opponent if he didn't use his soul's secret technique, but now it seemed that she really thought too much. The muscles at the corner of Jian Wuji's mouth kept twitching. Die! You must die! He could feel the pressure Ling Xiao gave him. He believed that he could easily defeat Ling Xiao now, but what about in the future? There was still some time before the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts ceremony. What if this little brat broke through again? He absolutely couldn't let him live. Absolutely not. In fact, they weren't the only ones who thought so. Even the upper echelons of the three sects were surprised by Ling Xiao's magical fighting ability. This Ling Xiao seemed to always be able to surprise people. They didn't even want to blink their eyes. They just stared at the battle between the two, as if they wanted to record everything in front of them in their minds. Pun! The giant tiger-like body slammed into the huge furnace with a deafening bang. The giant tiger clearly trembled violently, as if it had been weakened a lot. At the same time, the lightning surrounding the hellfire furnace had weakened a lot. It seemed that this attack was a draw. Ling Xiao blocked the Decepticon's attack. Neither side had gained the upper hand. However, the actual situation was very different. The Decepticon's attack, which had been full of confidence, had failed once again. This made his confidence, which had already risen, sink again. It felt as if no matter what he did, he couldn't defeat his opponent. The more he fought, the less confident he felt. What made him even more afraid was that during this period of time, he had used up a lot of his true essence. However, Ling Xiao, who should have been more tired than him, didn't seem to have used up any energy at all. Instead, he was becoming more and more energetic. Ha ha, awesome! Continue! Ling Xiao could feel that his stagnant cultivation base had begun to loosen up. It was under this pressure that it started to loosen. Therefore, he was even more unwilling to enter his dragon form. Although he was at a disadvantage when facing the Decepticons in his human form, it was this disadvantage that made him feel the pressure. Only with pressure would there be motivation to advance. Bastard! The Decepticons was completely enraged. Seeing Ling Xiao's smiling face, his stomach was filled with nameless anger. 9 moves of the Tyrant Heaven, Tiger's Roar Deep Mountain. His claws didn't work. In his anger, the Decepticons actually opened his mouth and bit Ling Xiao's neck. Because the distance was very close, Ling Xiao couldn't dodge in time. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of dodging. Chapter 685. Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. Ling Xiao's body was suddenly wrapped in black and golden dragon scales, including his neck, which exuded a black and golden glow. Although it wasn't as beautiful as the golden one, its defensive power was even more astonishing than before. Gotcha! Decepticon's teeth actually broke when he bit down on the dragon's scales, and 2 of his front teeth flew out. He covered his mouth and retreated to the side, cursing. Smelly brat, are you made of fucking gold? Why did you break your teeth like that? Haha, I'm sorry. It's really like gold, but harder than gold. Thinking back to when Ling Xiao cultivated the 9 Revolutions Golden Body secret art, he had spent a lot of gold. The Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was the result of inheriting the 9 Revolutions Golden Body secret art, so it was naturally harder. Coupled with the 5 Spirit Body, Ling Xiao's current defense was something that even a one-line Heavenly Realm cultivator would have a hard time breaking through. He was a person who was afraid of death, so his defense and movement skills had always been at the forefront. These 2 were his biggest advantages. It's time to end this, Brother Ba! Ling Xiao raised his hand and the overflowing rain sword appeared in his hand. His aura also suddenly rose a lot. Under the pressure, he finally made a small breakthrough, breaking through from the peak of the Transcendent Realm to the invincible Transcendent Realm. Although it was only a small step for him, even a small breakthrough would bring about a huge improvement in his strength. Shadow Sword Art, Sword Demon descends! At that moment, the shadow behind Ling Xiao was replaced by Yigushin's silent giant sword shadow. Then, 13 human-shaped sword cheese broke through the air, Decepticons reacted in a panic, blocking 4 or 5 human-shaped sword chis, but in the end, he was sent flying by the 6th human-shaped sword chi, falling heavily outside the battlefield. You let me win! Ling Xiao cupped his fists to Decepticons, then looked at the Sword King Sect's inner sect elder. Senior, I won this round. Humph, this senior said he wouldn't go back on his word. Here are 200,000 mid-rank spirit stones, take it! The Sword King Sect's inner sect elder didn't have any good intentions. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If he were to throw it over, it would be like a mountain smashing over. He was clearly trying to embarrass Ling Xiao. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, I'll keep these 200,000 spirit stones for you. I'll give them to you when we return to the sect. At this moment, Wu Xiang let out a long laugh. With a wave of his sleeve, all the spirit stones actually entered his storage ring. This technique was extremely beautiful. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was much higher than that of the Sword King Sect's inner court elder, he wouldn't have been able to do it. Thank you, sect leader! Ling Xiao really had to thank Wu Xiang. Otherwise, he would have to use the mountain river martial spirit. In that case, the possibility of being exposed would naturally increase greatly. To him, that would definitely not be a good thing. This kid was truly terrifying. Losing 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones was nothing to the Sword King sect. However, the sudden rise of Ling Xiao caused the upper echelons of the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace to be unable to sit still. No one expected that the most eye-catching person in this martial competition of the 3 sects wasn't Qinmeng, nor was it Decepticons, nor was it Ingwuya. It was Ling Xiao, who wasn't even a half-step Emperor yet. Ling Xiao had actually consecutively defeated the Beast King Palace's second-ranked core disciple, Ingwuya, the Sword King sect's second-ranked core disciple, Qinmeng, and the Beast King Palace's first-ranked core disciple, Decepticons. However, these 3 people's cultivations were higher than his and their reputations were also far greater than his. This was truly hard to accept. The Beast King Palace originally wanted to use Decepticons to regain some face. The Sword King sect also wanted Qinmeng to thoroughly defeat the other disciples of the martial competition. However, in the end, they had all capsized in the gutter and were dealt with by Ling Xiao. This was a scandal for the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace. Who else wants to exchange pointers with me? Although Ling Xiao was a bit out of breath, he hadn't used much of his true energy. His mountain river martial soul originally had the effect of swallowing true energy. In addition to the smelting effect of the Hellfire Crucible, his true energy consumption was negligible. Even if he were to fight with Jian Wuji now, he absolutely wouldn't be afraid. Of course, winning or not winning was another matter. After all, this was just an exchange of pointers. If he lost, he lost. Ling Xiao wouldn't use the ancient golden dragon form or the sealed land. Those 2 things were reserved for life-saving purposes. Hearing Ling Xiao's voice, the disciples of the Beast King Palace lowered their heads. After all, Decepticons and Ingwuya had both been defeated. If the others went up, they would only lose face. As for the Sword King sect's side, Chao Yun and Qinmeng had both been defeated. Jian Feng had only been used to make up the numbers. Therefore, Ling Xiao's words were tantamount to directly challenging Jian Wuji. However, regardless of whether Jian Wuji would fight or not, the Yuehua school could hold their heads high this time. They had completely crushed the Beast King Palace and were not inferior to the Sword King sect. Well, I didn't want to fight today. But since you insist on testing my skills, I will accompany you. Jian Wuji slowly got up and looked down at Ling Xiao. He said indifferently, but before that, I will give you a chance to experience my skills. I don't want you to complain when you lose. What do you mean? Ling Xiao asked. It's very simple. The Decepticons of the Beast King Palace and Lanware of the Yuehua School will fight together. I will fight both of them. This way, the exchange of pointers will be more interesting. After the fight, if you still think you are qualified to challenge me, it won't be too late for us to fight. Jian Wuji didn't want to fight with Ling Xiao because he was a little afraid of Ling Xiao's secret soul technique. If they fought to a draw, he would be the one who would lose face. So, he wanted to defeat the other people to deter Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao give up the idea of fighting. Damn it, Jian Wuji, although you are strong, you are looking down on me by fighting 2 people alone. What's more, how can I cooperate with the girls of the Yuehua school? Fighting 2 people is not as good as fighting 1. Decepticons might have lost to Ling Xiao, but he wasn't the kind of person who would be dispirited. After all, it was just an exchange of pointers. With Ling Xiao's strength, it wasn't wrong for him to lose. So, at this time, he had the energy to compete with Jian Wuji. Of course I don't want to. How about this? Brother Ba just fought with my junior brother Ling and was injured. Why don't you rest for a while and let me fight with brother Jian first? Lan Yu slowly got up and said. She didn't want to team up. She didn't think she could beat Jian Wuji, but she just wanted to see how far she could go. Fine. Decepticons wasn't stupid. He had just been injured and his morale was low. He would be an idiot to fight with Jian Wuji at this time. It was also good to take a break. Lan Yu smiled and then walked to the battlefield. Senior Sister Lan, do you want me to tell you Jian Wuji's weakness? Ling Xiao asked when he returned to his seat. No need. This is not a life and death duel. It's just an exchange of pointers. I must be responsible for myself. Lan Yu smiled and said, but I still have to thank you, junior brother. Then, be careful, Senior Sister Lan. That Jian Wuji is very strange. Ling Xiao admired Lan Yu's choice. Not everyone had such a backbone. Some people didn't want to lose face and wanted to cheat even if it was just an exchange of pointers. Chapter 686. In the middle of the battlefield. Jian Wuji and Lan Yu were only 5 or 6 meters apart. Both of them could feel each other's aura. Jian Wuji was as calm as a spring breeze. Lan Yu, on the other hand, felt as if she was standing under a sharp sword. She felt uncomfortable all over. However, as she often sparred with Ling Xiao in private, she quickly adapted to Jian Wuji's threat. The trace of fear in her eyes quickly disappeared. When Jian Wuji saw this, he couldn't help but be startled. Many people would be defeated by his fierce aura. He didn't expect Lan Yu to not be afraid at all. She didn't seem to be an ordinary person. Brother Jian, your aura is indeed powerful. However, I have seen stronger sword auras. So, this is useless against me. Let's see who's stronger. Lan Yu smiled. She believed that if she didn't often spar with Ling Xiao, she would definitely collapse when facing Jian Wuji. She might even lose without a fight. But now, although she knew she couldn't win, she wasn't afraid at all. A light blue luster appeared on her body. It was as beautiful as moonlight. Moonlight scripture! How did she cultivate the moonlight scripture? Chan Yueli looked at Lan Yu in shock. She couldn't accept it. She was Lan Yu's master. How could she not know that Lan Yu cultivated the Yuehua school's treasure, the moonlight scripture? Regarding this matter, I need to explain. Senior Sister Lan has taken Sister Yuenu as her master. The moonlight scripture was imparted to her by Sister Yuenu. Ling Xiao explained with a smile. In fact, he was the first person to see the moonlight scripture. However, this scripture was obviously more suitable for women to cultivate. So, he didn't touch it. Yuenu! Chan Yueli gritted her teeth and stopped talking. It was reasonable for Lan Yu to leave her. After all, she didn't treat Lan Yu well. Lan Yu already gave her a lot of face by not abandoning her master. While they were talking, the situation on the battlefield changed. Lan Yu's body was bathed in moonlight. A vague shadow of the moonlight fairy appeared behind her. It was obvious that Lan Yu had been chosen as the lucky one to inherit the knowledge of the moonlight fairy. Of course, Dai Yuling's immemorial gourd vine martial soul inheritance wasn't inferior to the Moonlight Maiden's inheritance at all. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the Moonlight Maiden chose Lan Yu in the end. After all, among the many disciples, Lan Yu was quite outstanding in terms of gender, aptitude, quality, and connections. Lunar Shadow / The sword pavilion seemed to have been plunged into darkness. Lan Yu's silhouette disappeared from its original place. The sickle-like crescent moon quickly pierced through Jian Wuji's silhouette. This move was very simple. It was just an ordinary true Yuan Qi blade. However, when combined with the inheritance of the moonlight scripture, it would be faster, more powerful, and more mysterious. At that moment, Qin Ming even cried out in alarm, because in her eyes, Jian Wuji was easily cut in half by that sickle-like crescent. However, after the scream, Qin Ming realized that Jian Wuji did not move at all. He had been standing there the whole time. Although the lunar shadow slash had pierced through his body, it had been cut in half by his body. That's right, it was the lunar shadow slash that had cut in half, not his body. Edgeless sword body. Upon closer inspection, the surface of Jian Wuji's body, including his clothes, was suffused with a strange metallic luster. It was just like a weapon. However, this weapon had not been sharpened. The heavy sword had no edge, but even so, it could cut through anything it wanted to cut. What a terrifying edgeless sword body! Jian Wuji has cultivated the Sword King scripture to such a level. Originally, there were still people who didn't believe that Jian Wuji had cultivated the Sword King scripture, but after seeing this scene, they had no choice but to believe it. This was because the edgeless sword body was the ultimate defensive skill of the Sword King scripture. It's too powerful. The edgeless sword body's defense and attack are perfectly compatible. Who can defeat him? The Sword King scripture, Lunar Sacred Scripture, Beast King Scripture, and other series of martial arts were actually a complete set of martial arts system that had been passed down from the founder of the sect. It included defense, martial arts, movement, and so on. You could say that they were inheritances, but you could also say that they were martial arts. In fact, they were all the same because inheritances and martial arts were inclusive. You have me, I have you. It's really strange. This Sword King scripture is a good thing. When should I play with it? Ling Zhao's point of entry was different from others. Others were completely stunned by Jian Wuji's exquisite martial arts, but his first thought was to snatch this thing. Moreover, he only wanted to play with it and not to cultivate it sincerely. This guy had really seen too many good things. He actually didn't care about such a classic martial arts at all. However, with a playful attitude, Ling Xiao also comprehended some things from Jian Wuji's iron profound. Profound meanings were very mysterious things. Every kind of profound meaning was worth it for a warrior to spend his entire life to unearth it. Being able to comprehend something from other people's profound was definitely a great harvest. Lan Yu's lunar shadow slash was the superficial understanding she had from the lunar sacred scripture. It was a pity that she had just started. Otherwise, if she had completely mastered the lunar sacred scripture, she might not have lost to Jian Wuji. I lost! Lan Yu did not continue. Lunar shadow slash was her most powerful move. Whether it was power, speed, or even attack characteristics, it was the strongest. This move couldn't injure Jian Wuji at all, so there was no point in continuing the fight. Too strong. Shocking. It was completely shocking. Although Ling Xiao defeated Decepticons, it took a lot of time and effort. However, Jian Wuji did not even move and Lan Yu took the initiative to admit defeat. This was the strength of one of the 6 young masters, Jian Wuji. Qin Meng's eyes revealed a look of infatuation. She had always been secretly in love with Jian Wuji. Now, she was even crazier. Chen Nanqing nodded with satisfaction. Jian Wuji was his adopted son. With such an excellent adopted son, even if his biological son died, he would not be so sad. On the contrary, Beast King Palace and Yuehua School fell into silence again. With Jian Wuji's performance, it was impossible for Decepticons to win. They would just go up and learn from each other. Ling Xiao also could not win. This was what everyone was thinking. Decepticons jumped into the battlefield. Jian Wuji, I know I will lose, but I still want to test your strength. After saying that, he directly entered his tiger human form. Because he was very clear about Jian Wuji's strength. If he fought in his human form, he would definitely lose. Tiger roared deep mountain of the 9 moves of Tyrant Heaven. Decepticons used his strongest attack for the first attack. It was like a fierce tiger biting. The sword pavilion trembled, the house shook, and the air was constantly exploding. The second form? A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Who would have thought that the tyrannical Sky Tiger's fusion would improve even further after its battle with him? Chapter 687. Decepticons unexpectedly made a breakthrough after the battle with Ling Xiao. His body was surrounded by violent true essence, like a giant tiger that was about to tear Jian Wuji apart. Novel's law, however, Jian Wuji just smiled faintly and raised his hand. A sword light broke through the air. The sword light, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, completely blocked Decepticon's fierce attack. Jian Wuji still had a calm smile on his face. To him, this battle didn't even have the value of a spar. Decepticons, who was in his second form, was still not worth mentioning in front of him. Lose! Jian Wuji shouted, and the sword light suddenly soared. Bang! Decepticons desperately tried to resist for a moment, but his body was finally thrown out. He was utterly defeated. After 3 moves. Cough! Decepticons, who fell to the ground, coughed loudly. Blood spurted out from his mouth. He was seriously injured in just 1 move. This was just comparing notes. If it was a real life and death battle, then Decepticons would be a corpse now. What a terrifying Sword King scripture! Jian Wuji did not use any moves, but he defeated Decepticons with just 1 move. He is indeed worthy of being one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. He really deserves his reputation. Jian Wuji is already so powerful. How terrifying are the people ranked before him! The Yuhua school and the young elites of the Beast King Palace sighed in their hearts. Fortunately, they came out this time. Otherwise, they would not have known that there was such a powerful guy among the warriors under the age of 20. After Jian Wuji won, he looked at Ling Xiao with a bit of arrogance and domineering. Ling Xiao believed that even if Lan Yu and Decepticons joined hands, they would only be defeated in front of Jian Wuji. This guy is too strong. Ling Xiao, are you convinced? Jian Wuji asked arrogantly. He did have the right to be arrogant. Because he was really strong. Ling Xiao estimated that even if he reached the 10th form, he would not be able to defeat Jian Wuji. Unless he entered the immemorial Golden Dragon form and used the full power of the Hell Dragon Soul, coupled with his Mountain River martial spirit, he would not be able to defeat Jian Wuji. However, it could only be a Pyrrhic victory. But there was no need for him to win this battle. As long as it was a draw, it would be a victory. There was no need for him to reveal too many of his trump cards. As long as he was in his human dragon form and combined with Yigushin's martial soul and part of the infernal dragon soul's abilities, he would be invincible. He should be able to fight for about 300 moves without losing. That was his judgment. Because he believed that Jian Wuji would not be able to display all that he had learned. After all, this was just an exchange of pointers. The martial arts festival of the sacred dynasty was the real battle that would decide one's future. Including him and Jian Wuji, they would hide some things. We haven't even fought yet. How can I be convinced? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao slowly stood up. Jian Wuji was very strong, but such an opponent was more meaningful to fight. Today's martial arts competition of the 3 sects will end here. Ling Xiao, you are no match for Jian Wuji. Why aren't you backing down? Just as Ling Xiao was about to fight with Jian Wuji, Chen Nanqing suddenly stopped him. Chen Nanqing naturally had his own reasons. Ling Xiao was about to die. There was no need for this battle. If Jian Wuji won, then it would be meaningless. And if Jian Wuji tied or lost, his Sword King sect could not afford to lose face. That's right. If I fight with you, it will be bullying the weak. It won't be too late for us to fight after you enter the half-step heavenly venerable realm. In any case, the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts festival is about to be held. You should be going to participate, right? Jian Wuji naturally understood Chen Nanqing's meaning, so he said indifferently and returned to his seat. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Fine. At the martial arts festival, leave your title of 6th young master to me." If the other party insisted on avoiding the battle, he could not force him. After all, the people of the Sword King's sect were very thick-skinned. Moreover, it was meaningless to tie with Jian Wuji in the martial arts competition of the three sects. Defeating Jian Wuji in the martial arts festival was the best choice. At that time, even Chen Nanqing would have no reason to stop him. "I'll wait. I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Jian Wuji sneered and closed his eyes again. Today's martial arts competition of the three sects can be considered to have come to a successful conclusion. Next, as the host, I will give a review of the participants. This was the rule of the martial arts competition of the three sects. The main purpose was to raise the strength of the disciples of the three sections. The host, the sect master, would give a review. Chen Nanqing was somewhat dissatisfied with the Beast King Palace. The main reason was that all the disciples of the Beast King Palace had lost to the disciples of the Yuehua school. This made him very unhappy. Therefore, when he spoke, he was not so polite. From Decepticons to Shijiao, every single disciple of the Beast King Palace had been criticized by him. It was as if they did not have a single good point. Of course, Ingwea has potential, but he still needs to work hard. Otherwise, the three sects of the East will be laughed at. At the end of his speech, Chen Nanqing seemed to feel that the Beast King Palace Master's expression was not too good, so he added another sentence. "Sect Master Chen is right. This junior will definitely work harder." Ingwea had completely lowered his mentality. He no longer thought of himself as a high and mighty genius. He was just an ordinary person. An ordinary martial artist had to start from the beginning. If he did not have the resolve to start from the beginning, he would never be able to surpass Ling Xiao. Not to mention Jian Wuji. After commenting on the disciples of the Beast King Palace, Chen Nanqing turned his attention to the Yuehua school. 5 people from the Yuehua school had come, but in reality, only 4 of them were participating. Tantai Lingzi did not participate, but she did not seem to have any intention of participating either. Chen Nanqing's first comment was on Lan Yue. "If you can cultivate the second volume of the lunar scripture to the first level, you might be able to enter the top 100 in the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival. Otherwise, you will be an ordinary person and will ruin the sacred scripture." A half-step heavenly venerable with 50% of her strength who had cultivated the lunar scripture could barely enter the top 100? How strong were the experts of the 12 sects? One had to know that Lan Yue was the #1 core disciple of the Yuehua school. Chen Nanqing's words made Ling Xiao and the rest of the people from the Yuehua school somewhat unconvinced. Don't be unconvinced. In order to enter the top 100, a half-step heavenly venerable with 50% of your strength is the most basic requirement. Although it is said that the 12 sects of the Sacred Dynasty are ranked first, the Heavenly King sect, which is ranked first, has taken up 50 positions in the top 100. The Aquamarine Sacred Palace, which is ranked second, has taken up 30 positions. In addition, the Abstruse Fire sect, which is ranked third, has taken up 10 positions. Basically, these 3 sects have taken up 90 positions. The remaining 9 sects will take up the remaining 10 positions. Chen Nanqing sneered. It is normal that the Yuehua school does not know this. Your disciples have never entered the finals of the martial arts festival. They have all been eliminated in the outer elimination rounds. At this point, the corner of Chen Nanqing's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Chapter 688. From the looks of it, Jian Wuji has brought glory to the 3 sects of the East. He actually made it into the top 6. How rare! La Ling Xiao said with a smile that was not a smile. Don't be unconvinced. You haven't been to the martial arts festival, so you think it's nothing. When you get there, you'll understand that you're nothing. Jian Wuji said coldly. Is that so? The more you talk about it, the more interested I am. Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, Bai Qianjiao, Lu Taiyin, Hong San Mei, Jian Wuji. This is the ranking of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. They are also the 6 strongest young talents of the sacred dynasty under the age of 20. Ling Xiao has already seen Jian Wuji's strength, and it is indeed incomparably strong. Then how strong are the other 5 existences that are stronger than Jian Wuji? He is a little excited in his heart. A frog at the bottom of a well, too arrogant. Chen Nanqing looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said, Your junior brother Ling Hao's cultivation is too weak, and his skills are not good enough. Your senior sister Dai Yuling relies too much on the immemorial gourd vine martial spirit, and can't fully display its strength, simply not worth mentioning. And finally you! At this point, the ridicule on Chen Nanqing's face became even more obvious. You rely on only 2 things. One is your soul's secret technique. Forgive me for being blunt, but if you meet an expert like Mo Wushang, you're just showing off your slight skill in front of an expert, and the end result will be you injuring yourself. The other is your immemorial Black Dragon martial spirit. Humph, if it's the immemorial Hell Dragon martial spirit, maybe you can be proud, but if it's only the immemorial Black Dragon martial spirit, you're not qualified to be compared with those geniuses. What's more, you're arrogant and overestimating yourself. This sect can already imagine your tragic ending in the martial arts festival. Ha 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 ha. After listening to Chen Nanqing's merciless criticism, Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is this what a sect master is like? No wonder the Sword King's sect declined so quickly. No wonder they allowed a place like the Beast Fighting Coliseum to exist. This person's evaluation of him was completely wrong. It wasn't easy to achieve this. Although Chen Nanqing's evaluation of the other disciples was harsh, it was more or less accurate. However, when it came to him, Chen Nanqing was completely spouting nonsense. Saying that his soul's secret arts were weak? Ling Xiao didn't even bother to argue. He had only used the soul manipulation secret technique with the slaughter will, and he had easily defeated Chen Ming. This showed just how terrifying the soul manipulation secret technique was. Not to mention, he also had an even more powerful and terrifying soul secret technique, soul dice. Once soul dice was used, even a heaven-tier martial artist would have to be wary of it, let alone a mere Mo Wushang. Ling Xiao had never seen Mo Wushang before, but he did not feel inferior. His soul force was comparable to that of a 3 talents expert. He didn't believe that Mo Wushang's soul force would be stronger than his. As for his martial soul, what a coincidence. He really did possess the ancient Hell Dragon's Hell Dragon soul. Moreover, this Hell Dragon soul had been integrated with the ancient God of Destruction's will of destruction. Chen Nanqing was so easily fooled. It seemed that his eyesight wasn't very good. Saying that he was arrogant? Saying that he was overestimating himself? Ling Xiao really hadn't done anything that overestimated himself. Challenging Jian Wuji was considered arrogant? What a joke. Ling Xiao could defeat Jian Wuji without using the sealed land. Although it might be a Pyrrhic victory, it was definitely a sure win. Once he used the sealed land, Jian Wuji was nothing. What are you laughing at? Chen Nanqing asked hatefully. Nothing, I just think that Sect Master Chen's evaluation is ridiculous. You didn't even allow me to fight with Jian Wuji. What makes you think that I'm overestimating myself? Ling Xiao retorted. Humph, this is the biggest proof that you're overestimating yourself. A trivial 9th-level Transcendent Realm Invincible Realm Cultivator dares to challenge a half-step Heavenly Venerable with 80% strength. If this isn't overestimating yourself, then what is? Chen Nanqing coldly snorted. If that's what you want to think, then go ahead. Ling Xiao smiled and stopped arguing. In any case, there was no point in arguing. He might as well wait until the Martial Dao Festival to ruthlessly humiliate Jian Wuji, and let that kid see what true arrogance and ignorance was. Your confidence comes from your soul's secret technique. What you don't know is that Mo Wushang, ranked second among the 6 young lords, has a pair of true demon eyes. Jian Wuji coldly said. Oh? Is he not human? Ling Xiao asked. Jian Wuji shook his head and said, No, Mo Wushang is indeed human. However, when he was young, he accidentally broke into a devil's den and was lucky enough to inherit the inheritance of the ancient demon eyes. His demon eyes have many abilities. They can see through the enemy's moves, exert terrifying spiritual pressure on the enemy, and even produce a terrifying soul fire to burn the enemy's soul. In any case, it's very strange. Even the Holy Sun has to be careful when fighting with him. The only reason he was able to win was because of his powerful restorative ability. No matter what kind of injury he receives, he can constantly heal himself. When speaking of the Holy Sun, Jian Wuji's expression was one of worship and respect. When speaking of Mo Wushang, Jian Wuji's expression became one of fear and dread. It seemed that Jian Wuji had suffered a great blow in front of Mo Wushang. That's too terrifying. If he really has such an ability, then it's simply impossible to defend against. Wouldn't he be able to defeat you with a single glance? The inheritance of the ancient demon eyes is indeed terrifying. If he can defeat this terrifying Mo Wushang, then wouldn't the Holy Sun be even more terrifying? Sure enough, none of the 6 young masters are easy to deal with. Whether it was the disciples or the upper echelons, everyone was discussing this matter. Most of these upper echelons were only in the celestial realm, and only in the one-line sky realm. The 6 young masters of the Holy Dynasty were the closest to them. It wouldn't take long for them to catch up and even surpass them. Therefore, they naturally had to pay attention to this matter. I just said that to face the demon eyes, one has to be at least in the half-step heavenly venerable realm. Otherwise, as long as the demon eyes look at you, there's no way you can resist. Jian Wuji then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "After hearing my words, do you still have the confidence to challenge Mo Wushang?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His secret soul manipulation technique might not be comparable to Mo Wushang's demon eyes, but Soul Dice was definitely more terrifying than the demon eyes. "I didn't expect you to overestimate yourself." Jian Wuji sneered and said, "Forget it. You won't be convinced anyway. Then, let's have a showdown at the Martial Arts Festival. At the same time, we can also see what the 6 young masters of the Holy Dynasty are like. The 3 sects tournament is over. If you're interested, you can stay in the Sword King sect for a while. If you want to leave, then forgive me for not seeing you off." Chen Nanxing was in a hurry to arrange for the ambush of the Yuehua School's martial artists halfway, so he didn't have the mood to entertain the people from the 2 sections. His attitude was quite unyielding. After saying that, he turned and left. Chapter 689. On the day the Trisect martial competition ended, the Moonlight Treasure ship set off from the Sword King sect to return to Yuehua School. "Senior brother, didn't you say you were going to fight the Sword King sect? Why did you leave just like that?" On the ship, Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. "That was the original plan, but since the Sword King sect didn't discover that we killed so many of their inner disciples, there's no need to make a big fuss. After all, we're still at a disadvantage in the Sword King sect's territory. It's safer to return to the sect," Ling Xiao explained with a smile. "In other words, if they find out, we'll really make a move?" Lin Hao asked again. "That's right. That was the original plan. Who knew that the Sword King sect would be so stupid that they didn't even realize that we killed those people before we left?" Wu Xiang answered. "I don't think so." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Sect Master, it's best for us to be careful along the way. I suspect that Chen Nanxing is plotting something behind our backs. That's why he doesn't have time to care about other things. Otherwise, not to mention those hundreds of inner disciples, even if it's about the beast battle arena, he wouldn't ignore it. That's right. You all take a rest. We'll pay close attention to the surrounding situation. As long as we return to Yuehua School, there won't be any problems." While everyone was talking, they didn't notice a strange moth flying past the Moonlight Treasure ship. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the distance. One of the moth's wings was white, while the other was black. On its back, there was a strange pattern of a yin-yang fish. Ling Xiao sat there cross-legged, carefully comprehending today's gains. Although he didn't fight with Jian Wuji in the end, he still benefited a lot from today's battle. His comprehension of martial techniques, profound meanings, martial souls, and inheritances had all improved. Of course, the most important thing was that he witnessed Jian Wuji's strength and heard about how terrifying the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty were. This made his desire to win and become stronger even more tenacious. The others were the same as Ling Xiao. They more or less gained some benefits from today's trisect martial competition. He believed that after a period of consolidation and comprehension, even Tantai Lingzi, who had not participated in the battle, would have a significant improvement. When one's horizons were broadened and they had seen more, their train of thought would naturally become more flexible. Sect leader, what is this? While Ling Xiao was sitting cross-legged, the true essence sphere had already wrapped around the entire Moonlight Treasure ship. When he found that there was a strange moth that was always around the Moonlight Treasure ship, as if it was following the ship, he finally couldn't help but reach out and catch the moth in his hand. The moth was very small, only the size of a fingernail. Perhaps because they did not pay attention, Wu Xiang and Heavenly Lord Golden Light did not notice the existence of this thing. As for Chan Yuing and Chan Yuli, even if they found out, they probably wouldn't say anything. They couldn't wait for Wu Xiang, Ling Xiao, and the others to die along the way. Wu Xiang was stunned for a moment. He carefully observed the moth in Ling Xiao's hand, but he was a little confused. After all, he was still young. In addition, he had spent most of his time in the sect, so he was not very clear about the outside world. He was strong, but his knowledge was not enough. Let me see. Heavenly Lord Golden Light also walked over and said, Not good. After Heavenly Lord Golden Light observed for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, Senior, what is this thing? Ling Xiao hurriedly asked. This is a yin-yang moth. Heavenly Lord Golden Light looked around vigilantly, and then explained. It is said that this yin-yang moth also appeared when the True Devil Empire rampaged across the Sky Dragon continent. Their master is the Moth Demon General. He is one of the 9 great demon kings of the True Devil Empire, the yin-yang demon king's subordinate. His strength is very terrifying. The yin-yang moth can be used to scout the enemy's situation, and can also be used to attack the enemy. The closer you are to the Moth Demon General, the more terrifying the attack power is. I didn't expect you to be able to catch it. Your observation and judgment are really amazing. TSK. I didn't expect that after so many years, there are still people who remember the great name of our True Devil Empire. Suddenly, a huge moth appeared on the Moonlight Treasure ship. This moth was slightly smaller than the Moonlight Treasure ship, but there was no problem for 4 or 5 people to stand on it. At this time, there were a total of 4 people on the moth. Judging from their voices and auras, they were definitely not friendly and were very strong. Prepare for battle. It seems that a bloody battle is unavoidable today, Wu Xiang said loudly. Chan Yuing and Chan Yuli's reactions were not very cooperative. Although they stood up, they did not seem to intend to fight. Tantai Lingzi naturally followed her master, Chan Yuing. However, Wu Xiang did not have time to care about them. The enemy was right in front of them, and it was not the time for internal strife. If they did not take action now, when the enemy attacked later, they would have no choice but to take action. The 4 people on the moth were wearing black and white robes embroidered with yin and yang diagrams. Needless to say, they were the yin-yang demon king's subordinates. Are you really the yin-yang demon king's subordinates? Wu Xiang asked coldly. Why are you asking so much? You're all going to die anyway. The leader's hair was also black and white, which looked very strange. His voice was ferocious and cold. It was clear that he was here to take the lives of the Yohua school's people. Did Chen Nanqing send you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. It's not good to be too smart. Go to hell! One of the black and white robes suddenly struck out with his palm, and a roar suddenly exploded in the sky. Boom! The thick clouds broke apart, and the terrifying palm energy turned into 2 huge palms that instantly struck the Moonlight Treasure ship. It seemed that they wanted to destroy the Moonlight Treasure ship first, and then slowly deal with the Yuhua School's people. Get lost! Heavenly Master Golden Light roared and blasted out with his fists. Under the flickering golden light, the huge fist energy collided with the resplendent palm energy in midair and turned into dust. The black and white robe's strength was not inferior to Heavenly Master Golden Light's. The Moonlight Treasure ship shook violently, but in the end, it wasn't hit and remained unscathed. Golden Light Divine Fist! Heavenly Master Golden Light's hot temper could not be controlled. Since the enemy had attacked, he would not sit back and do nothing. His whole body turned into a golden light, and a golden figure faintly appeared behind him. I didn't expect Heavenly Master Golden Light's martial soul to be the Golden Giant. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He thought that he was the only one who had an affinity with the Golden Giant. He did not expect Heavenly Master Golden Light to have an affinity with the Golden Giant as well. No wonder the two of them had similar temperaments. It seemed that they had a common interest. Kill! The black and white robe leader jumped down from the moth and pounced on Wu Xiang. This guy had sharp eyes. He could tell at a glance that Wu Xiang was the most powerful person on the Moonlight Treasure ship. Humph! Wu Xiang responded calmly. He unsheathed his sword and fought with the black and white robe leader. Chapter 690. Ling Xiao, carefully control the Moonlight Treasure ship to land. Fighting in the sky is too disadvantageous for us. Once the Moonlight Treasure ship is damaged, we will all fall to our deaths. During the battle, Wu Xiang secretly transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. He trusted Ling Xiao the most. What's more, he and Heavenly Master Golden Light had already joined the battle and couldn't leave. Chang Yueying and Chang Yueli obviously wouldn't help. What was strange was that when the black-robed men attacked, they didn't attack Chang Yueying and Chang Yueli. He was now a little worried that the two women were colluding with the bastards from the Sword King sect. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Sect Master, don't worry. With me around, those two women won't be able to play any tricks. Although Ling Xiao didn't have the strength to deal with the black-robed men, he was very good at dealing with Chang Yueying and Chang Yueli because of his spiritual body. He didn't believe that the two women wouldn't help. While speaking, the other two black-robed men also attacked. Although the two of them weren't as strong as Heavenly Master Golden Light, they were very powerful. They were both half-step Heavenly Masters with 70% of their strength. It had to be said that Chen Nanxing really spent a lot of money to kill the people from the Yuhua school. Lan Yu faced one of them. Ling Hao and Dai Yuling faced the other person. However, Lan Yu might be able to hold on for a while, but the difference between Ling Hao and Dai Yuling's cultivation was too big. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to last more than 20 moves. However, it would be fine as long as they could relieve the pressure. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Chang Yueying and the other two and asked, "Aren't you going to attack?" "Humph, little bastard, don't think that I'm stupid. Although you have the treasure given to you by the Moonlight Maiden, you can't take the initiative to attack. That thing will only react when we hurt you. This time, you're dead." Chang Yueli coldly snorted. "What about you, former sect master of the Yuhua school? Do you want to wallow in the mire with this old thing?" Ling Xiao directly used the seal card to release a half-step Heavenly Venerable from the Sword King's sect to control the Moonlight Treasured ship. He was prepared to free himself to deal with these three traitorous bastards. He had already given the three of them a warning. If they dared to leave him in the lurch this time, then he would definitely not be merciful. Even if he had to completely exhaust his spiritual body, he was going to destroy those three bastards. "Ling Xiao, it's too late now. I won't interfere." Chang Wang shook her head. "Tanai Lingzi, what about you?" Ling Xiao looked at the insidious woman and asked. "I will do whatever my master does." Tantai Lingzi's attitude was also very resolute. She sneered and said, "You're too scary. I may never be able to surpass you in this lifetime, so the best way is for you to die. Your appearance is simply my nightmare." "Oh, really? Looks like the three of you are tired of living." Ling Xiao took a deep breath and suddenly took out the Moonlight token. "Moonlight Heavenly Maiden, you've seen it. Not only did these 3 people leave you in the lurch, but they also hate Yuehua School to the core. Are you still not going to do anything? I can kill them, but I will completely vanish. You will lose control of Yuehua School's treasures. Is it really worth it? The spiritual body asked faintly. I don't need to control Yuehua School. Moreover, I believe in my own strength. Ling Xiao had never relied on any spiritual body before, so even if his spiritual body disappeared, it was not a big deal. To him, it was just a lost opportunity to be lazy. With this thing around, he might really become lazy. Alright, then I'll fulfill your wish. Suddenly, an astonishing and terrifying power filled the sky. The glaring moonlight shrouded Chang Yueli, Chang Weiying, and Tan Lingzi. No! Impossible, you can't do this. You can't kill me. Chang Yueli was scared at this time. She thought that Ling Xiao would not take the initiative to use this treasure to attack her, but now it turned out that she was wrong. The price was her life. Can't kill you? Originally, I let you live because I thought you were still useful. Unfortunately, it seems that not only are you useless, but you will also become a big trouble. Therefore, you don't need to live. No! Chang Yueli's body completely evaporated under the moonlight and disappeared. Chang Weiying and Tan Lingzi's cultivation was not as good as hers, so they did not even have the chance to scream. They disappeared into the silent sky with her. As for the spiritual body, it completely disappeared after completing its mission. The moonlight token did not shatter, but it was no longer a place for the spiritual body to reside in. Instead, it had turned into a magic treasure with pure moonlight energy. Although it did not have any attack power, it could help Ling Xiao cultivate and improve his cultivation. This thing could absorb the essence of moonlight and could be used repeatedly. Its effect was much better than spirit stones. The key was that it could be used by any cultivator. Losing a backer but gaining a treasure, Ling Xiao was not considered to have suffered a loss. Asterisk boom! Asterisk at this time, the Moonlight Treasure ship finally landed firmly on the ground, crushing dozens of trees. Fortunately, it was not destroyed by the 4 black and white robes. It could be considered a blessing in the misfortune. Demonic Fiend Sword Art. Yin-Yang Ghost Claw. The moment it landed, a black illusory sword in the sky collided with a huge claw. Then, the whole mountain shook and exploded, and countless trees collapsed. This was a battle between Paradise Realm cultivators. It was terrifying. Fortunately, they were far away. Otherwise, just the aftershock of this battle would have killed countless Celestial Realm cultivators. Not to mention Transcendence Realm cultivators. Perhaps it was because of this that the Black and White Robes leader and Wu Xiang took the initiative to stay away from the battlefield. Otherwise, there was no need for others to fight. The 2 of them alone were enough to destroy all the mountains and trees here. This was a battle between Paradise Realm cultivators. It was like the end of the world. Ling Xiao put the Moonlight Treasure ship into his storage ring and then soared into the sky, ready to cooperate with Ling Hao and Dai Yu Ling to eliminate the 2 weaker Black and White Robes cultivators. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from the distance. Ling Xiao frowned and looked into the distance. He found that less than 10 kilometers away, hundreds of cultivators in black and white robes were rushing over. The weakest among these people was at the early stage of the 9th layer Transcendent Realm. Nearly half of them were half-step heavenly venerables. 10 miles, to martial artists with this kind of strength, that was something that could be easily traversed. I didn't expect the Storm Legion to develop so quickly. They even dared to launch such a large-scale attack. It seems that the situation is not optimistic. Lin Hao, Dai Ling, can you still hold on? Ling Xiao wanted to use the sealing card, and it was the 9-tailed monster fox's sealing card. After all, this was a life-or-death battle, not a friendly spar. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. We can still hold on for 20 moves, but I don't think we can hold on. Lin Hao was honest. Chapter 691. What about you, senior sister Lan? I'm fine. Lan Yue was facing a 70% strength half-step Empyrean. Although she was at a disadvantage, she was becoming more and more proficient in using the lunar scripture. She didn't want others to help her because she felt that she could only grow after experiencing this kind of battle. Ling Xiao thought about it and decided not to release the nine-tailed fox in the end. Instead, he used the second chance to release the Demon Castle City's Great Castle Lord. Coupled with the Sword King's 50% strength half-step Empyrean, it shouldn't be a problem for these two to block the enemy. Because the strongest of these enemies were only 50% strength half-step Empyrean, these two should be able to block them. Then, Ling Xiao released the 36 astral flying swords to help Ling Hao and Dai Yuling deal with the 70% strength half-step Empyrean. This was indeed a battle, but in a situation where one's life was not in danger, this kind of battle was also very beneficial to one's growth. So, the longer Ling Hao and Dai Yuling fought, the more benefits they would gain. He could multitask. While controlling the astral flying swords to fight, he also charged into the enemy group. The first to appear in front of him was a 10% strength half-step Empyrean. He was also wearing a black and white robe. Kill! Seeing Ling Xiao, this person rushed over. In any case, even if Ling Xiao didn't use the spirit mirror, his cultivation was only at the 9th layer of the transcendent realm, invincible. A half-step heavenly venerable naturally wouldn't fear him. Ling Xiao sneered and directly entered his 10th human dragon form. Then, the hell dragon sword pierced through the air. Asterisk boom! Asterisk a huge black and gold energy sword instantly erupted. The black-robed man was directly pierced by the energy sword and burned to ashes by the black and gold flames. The mountain that this person was standing on was also blasted into a large crater. The leader in black and white robes was also shocked when he saw this. A huge hand of Jinqi stretched out from the void, wanting to slap Ling Xiao to death. However, a black sword energy pierced through the true Qi hand. With me here, you still want to divert your attention to deal with others? You're courting death. Although Wu Xiang couldn't defeat this leader immediately, he definitely wouldn't allow this person to bypass him to deal with others. Thank you, senior brother Wu. Ling Xiao was strong. Even if he faced a martial artist who had just entered the heaven realm, he would still have a chance to escape. But against a grotto heaven realm martial artist, he would die without a doubt. Wu Xiang had saved his life. Since we're brothers, there's no need for thanks. After saying that, Wu Xiang once again fought with the black-robed leader. You too, kill! Ling Xiao gave the order to the great castle master of Demon Castle City, who had 60% of his strength, and the Sword King's intersect elder, who had 50% of his strength. The moment these two people made a move, it was simply like an unstoppable realm. Every time they attacked, a black and white robes would die on the spot. In just a few moments, 7 or 8 black and white robes had died. However, there were simply too many people on the other side. In the end, 2 half-step Empyreans with 50% of their strength appeared to block the Great Castle Master and the Sword King's intersect elder. For the rest of the battle, Ling Xiao could only rely on himself. In the face of such a situation, Ling Xiao did not retreat in the slightest. Yi Guxian's phantom image appeared behind him. The representative of the will of slaughter was the most suitable at this time for a battle between people. At this time, the murderous aura that Ling Xiao released was simply like a god of slaughter through and through. Shadow Sword Technique, Sword Demon descends. 13 human-shaped sword Qis charged into the crowd at the same time and began a tragic massacre. No one could block Ling Xiao's attack. After all, the half-step Empyreans with 50% of their strength had already been suppressed by the Great Castle Master and the Sword King's intersect elder that Ling Xiao released from the seal card. At this time, the strongest of these black-robed black and white robes was only a half-step Empyrean with 30% of their strength. In the face of Ling Xiao in his 10th form, they had no resistance at all. Dragon's Roar! The human-shaped sword Qis were still slaughtering when Ling Xiao opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying black-gold flame. Tragic cries rang out all over the mountain. Hee hee, it's not over yet. 9 meridians Chi sword, rising sun sword light. Will of slaughter, rotting sword rain. Will of destruction, ice and snow storm. For a moment, Ling Xiao used all the martial arts that he could use. The entire mountain turned into a purgatory. At this time, the black-robed black and white robes understood. Ling Xiao might not be as terrifying as Wu Xiang, who was in the Grotto Heaven realm, but if no one suppressed him, he would be the most terrifying opponent. The terrifying combat power that he released was simply terrifying. In less than 15 minutes, only the 2 half-step Empyrean masters with 50% of their strength who were fighting the Great Castle Master and the Sword King Sect's Inner Sect Elder were left standing on the ground. Puff! In the next moment, the Great Castle Master's turquoise water trident pierced through his opponent's head. After all, his cultivation was higher. Although it took him a little longer, he still killed his opponent. Then, he turned to the other person. When that person saw that the situation was not good, he actually turned and ran. In the end, he was stabbed in the back by the Sword King Sect's Inner Sect Elder, and died on the spot. You too, go help Lin Hao and Dai Yuling. The situation of the battle changed because of Ling Xiao's massacre. This was something that the black-robed black and white robes clearly did not expect. They had prepared everything to ambush the enemy here, but in the end, hundreds of people had died, and they still could not kill a single one of the enemy. This was too sullen. However, the current situation was obviously extremely unfavorable for them. The enemy is too strong. Retreat! The black-robed leader was still sensible. He knew that he could not continue fighting, so he chose to retreat. Wu Xiang, Golden Light Heavenly Master, and the others did not dare to chase and stopped. However, at this moment, a giant white bone claw suddenly stretched out from the ground and directly pinched Ling Xiao's body. Stinking brat, it's all your fault. Go to hell! The power of this giant white bone claw was terrifying. After all, Wu Xiang was inexperienced and did not have time to block it. He could only watch as Ling Xiao's body was torn apart by this giant white bone claw. Bastard! Wu Xiang was really furious at this time. During the battle just now, because he was worried that accidents would happen, he did not use his full strength. At this moment, he removed all his defenses. A demonic fiend sword chi broke through the air and directly pierced through the Grotto Heaven realm martial artist who sneaked up on Ling Xiao. If that person did not sneak attack, he would not have been hit. After all, his strength was there for all to see. However, after the sneak attack, he would be distracted. This distraction, coupled with Wu Xiang's full strength, caused his entire body to be completely penetrated. Go to hell! In his rage, Wu Xiang did not hold back at all. He even risked being hit by the other party's palm and completely pierced the person's head with his second sword. The terrifying demonic fiend sword chi directly destroyed the person's spiritual sea. It was said that as long as a Grotto Heaven realm expert's soul remained, there was a possibility of resurrection. Wu Xiang wanted this person's body and soul to be completely destroyed, completely vanishing into thin air. It was enough to see how deep his friendship with Ling Xiao was. Of course, the pain was greater. After all, that was his best buddy in this life. Chapter 692. A dignified Grotto Heaven realm expert had died to Wu Xiang's sword. It wasn't that he was too weak, but that he had underestimated the brotherly love that Wu Xiang had for Ling Xiao. Sect Master, Senior Brother Ling is fine! Just as Wu Xiang was about to cut the black-robed man's body into pieces to vent his anger, he heard Ling Hao's voice. He turned around and saw that Ling Xiao was standing there, waving at him. It turned out that in the nick of time, Ling Xiao had swapped his body with the first Castle Lord of Demon Citadel. The Grotto Heaven realm expert's claw had turned him into mincemeat, so it was impossible to tell who had died. Of course, this was also because Ling Xiao's powerful soul energy had allowed him to sense the other party's intentions. Otherwise, even if he could use form displacement, he wouldn't have been able to do it in such a short amount of time. Good boy! You scared me to death! Wu Xiang smashed his fist into Ling Jiao's body and laughed. Damn, senior brother Wu, you're a grotto heaven realm expert. If you weren't careful, you could have killed me. Ling Xiao was in so much pain that he grimaced. Stinking brat, enough. We can't stay here any longer. Who knows if the Yin-Yang Demon King will send even stronger subordinates to deal with us. Let's return to the sect. Wu Xiang was in a good mood, but he quickly calmed down and said, Right. Ling Xiao also knew this, so he hurriedly took out the Moonlight Treasure ship. Everyone boarded it and sped back to the Yuehua school. Along the way, Wu Xiang took out a storage ring that belonged to the black-robed man. This guy is really rich. There are nearly 1 million mid-grade spirit stones and a secret technique for raising and taming the yin-yang moth. I'm going to share it with everyone. Who will you choose? Wu Xiang asked. Then give me the secret technique for raising and taming the yin-yang moth. You can split the spirit stones among yourselves, Ling Xiao said. The yin-yang moth was a small creature that was very powerful. Not only was it extremely fast, but its defense was also astonishing. It was very difficult to kill. Ling Xiao had the soul manipulation secret technique. With the yin-yang moth, he could freely control it. Even if he didn't use it in battle, he could use it to scout the enemy. It was obviously more effective than the Jinyuan ball. As for spirit stones, he could earn them, but spirit stones were something that could only be found by chance. All right, we'll do as you say. Wu Xiang nodded and handed the secret manual to Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao received it, he began to flip through it. By the time the Moonlight Treasures ship arrived at the Yuehua school, he already had a deep understanding of this secret technique. He then returned the secret technique to Wu Xiang. Brother Wu, let's leave this thing in the Yuehua school. Perhaps other people will find it useful. I have already mastered the breeding and taming methods of the yin-yang moth. Wu Xiang was a little surprised. However, when he thought of Ling Zhao's usual behavior, he understood. He didn't refuse and put away the secret manual. Then, everyone returned to their respective cave abodes. In the lavishly decorated palace, there seemed to be soft moonlight everywhere. A lazy and luxurious figure was lying on the soft bed, looking at the young man sitting cross-legged on the futon with a slight smile of appreciation. The young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His hands were constantly drawing strange movements in front of his chest. His body emitted a soft golden light, and his chest rose and fell rhythmically. Gradually, a fog rose around him. This fog appeared out of thin air, but it was very dense. However, in the next moment, Pa! The mist actually dissipated into nothingness in an instant. Phew! The young man slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with helplessness and bitterness. Sister Moon Maiden, I have been back for 3 days, but I still can't comprehend the fog celestial phenomenon of the 12 golden lotus arts. Ling Xiao looked at the alluring Moon Maiden on the bed and sighed. Don't be anxious. There is still some time before the martial arts festival. As long as you raise your cultivation to the half-step heavenly venerable realm before the martial arts festival, it will be enough. As for the fog celestial phenomenon, I'm afraid it won't work. You still need some opportunities. The Moon Maiden comforted. Ling Xiao understood. However, after the 12 golden lotus arts was upgraded to a jade martial art, he hadn't had any breakthroughs. He couldn't help but be anxious. Master, the sect master wants junior brother Ling to go to the meeting hall. At this moment, Lan Yue walked in from outside. After bowing to the Moon Maiden, she looked at Ling Xiao. Could it be that the Sword King's sect is attacking? Ling Xiao stood up and asked. No, it said that there are important guests. They seem to be from the Heavenly King sect. Lan Yue shook her head and said, however, their arrival might be related to the Sword King sect. Chen Nanxing is also here. Interesting. Is he going to be a lobbyist? Ling Xiao smiled and said, Sister Moon Maiden, I'll go with senior sister to take a look at the situation. I'll go with you. The Moon Maiden stood up slowly and said, There's no need. With me around, no one can bully you. The Moon Maiden said faintly. Her original charm turned cold. Obviously, Chen Nanqing and the people from the Heavenly King sect were here for nothing good. They might be here to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. The Heavenly King sect was extremely powerful. No one could guarantee that there weren't any yin-yang realm experts in the sect. Therefore, Wu Xiang, the sect master of the Grotto Heaven realm, couldn't control the situation. Thank you? Ling Xiao felt a trace of warmth in his heart. He knew the Moon Maiden's feelings for him. In this life, he would never let this woman down. Let's go. The Moon Maiden looked at Lan Yuer and said. The three of them left the Moon Palace together and walked toward the meeting hall. Ling Xiao slowly pushed open the door of the meeting hall. In the hall, all the middle and high-level martial artists of the Yuhua school were gathered, as well as the 10 new core disciples. Sitting at the top were Sect Master Wu Xiang, the Law Enforcement Hall's first seat, Heavenly Master Golden Light, and the Inner Hall's Hall Master Heavenly Eye. These three people were currently the most powerful and influential people in the Yuhua school. Of course, the Moon Maiden was an exception. In the VIP seats, there were 4 people sitting in a grandiose manner. One of them was Chen Nanqing. Ling Xiao knew him. The other 3 were very unfamiliar, but their robes were embroidered with a special symbol. It was a pagoda. It was rumored that the founder of the Heavenly King sect was one of the experts in the ancient times. His strength was on par with the Moonlight Maiden. His martial soul was a pagoda that could suppress everything. Therefore, he was known as the Pagoda Heavenly King. When Ling Xiao saw these 3 people, he could not help being startled inwardly. The strength of these 3 people was actually even more terrifying than Chen Nanqing. In other words, they were Grotto Heaven realm experts, and they were even stronger than Chen Nanqing. Although the other person was a little weaker, he was still a half-step heavenly master with 90% of his strength. He was only a step away from the celestial realm. And this person's age couldn't be more than 20 years old. This person was dressed in men's clothes, but it couldn't hide his beautiful face and figure. Others might not be able to see through it, but Ling Xiao could clearly see the person's true gender. Chapter 693. A half-step celestial master with 90% of her strength. What's more, she's a girl disguised as a man. If this is the result of normal cultivation, then she's really a genius. Ling Xiao's gaze lingered on the girl's face for a while. It was not because of her beauty, but because of her amazing talent. There were many geniuses these days, but it was rare to see such a talented person. It was said that 2 of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty were girls. Young master was just a title. Could this girl be one of them? Are you the Holy Sun? I didn't expect the Holy Sun to be such a beautiful girl, Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Hearing this, the girl was obviously shocked, but she recovered in an instant. Of course, it was only on the surface. Deep down, she was still in a state of shock. Since the day she was born, she had been raised as a boy. Since then, she had been disguised as a man, and no one had ever seen through her. Most people only felt that her appearance and temperament were more beautiful than a woman's, but they couldn't guess that she was a woman. That was because she cultivated a special martial art that could change her voice and even create the illusion of an Adam's apple. However, this young man in front of her had actually pointed out her identity and gender in one go. Oh, I'm sorry. You must have your own reasons for disguising yourself as a man. I've said too much. Before the Holy Sun could say anything, Ling Xiao shook his head with a smile. He then looked at Wu Xiang and the others and cupped his hands. Greetings, sect leader and elders. Junior brother Ling, please take a seat. Wu Xiang looked serious. Although he did not know why the people of the Heavenly King sect were here, his intuition told him that things were not as simple as they seemed. Therefore, he was still a little worried. Ling Xiao nodded, then turned around to sit down. Unexpectedly, just as he approached the chair, before his buttocks could even sit on it, a gust of wind suddenly came from a palm, and the chair was actually smashed into pieces. What is the meaning of this, sect leader Chen? Wu Xiang asked coldly. It was Chen Nanqing who had smashed the chair. Sect leader Wu, don't you know that sinners only have the right to kneel and not sit? Chen Nanqing snorted coldly. As soon as he said this, the middle and high-ranking martial artists of the Yuehua school immediately started whispering to each other. Many of them looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of schadenfreude and a hint of blame. It was as if they felt that Ling Xiao had provoked an enemy that he should not have provoked. These people were basically the senior management of old. They had always been cowardly and had low self-esteem. They were always timid and cowardly when doing things. They did not like people like Ling Xiao. On the other hand, some people were unhappy with Chen Nanqing. This was the Yuehua school. Even if he was the leader of the Sword King sect, he shouldn't be causing trouble here. Most of these people were newly promoted middle and upper management. They had a new mentality, and would not bow and scrape in front of outsiders. This was to be expected. Wu Xiang had just become the sect leader, and it was impossible for the Yuehua school to unite against the outside world in such a short time. After all, he had been kneeling for so long, it would take some time for him to stand up. The confidence of a sect needed time and achievements to accumulate. Slap! This was the crisp sound of a slap in the face. The person who slapped him was the Moon Lady. The person who was slapped was Chen Nanqing. How dare you! Who are you calling a sinner? The Moon Lady's cold voice sounded. Then, she pulled Ling Zhao's hand and sat down beside her. Chen Nanqing touched his burning cheek. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times, but he did not dare to say anything in the end. In the face of the Moon Lady, who was stronger than him, he did not even dare to fart. Thank you, Sister Moon Lady, for standing up for me. Ling Xiao smiled and said. You can stand up for me when you are stronger, the Moon Lady said with a smile. Of course. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he looked at Chen Nanqing and the others. If he guessed correctly, Chen Nanqing wanted to use the power of the Sword King sect and the sacred dynasty to show his power to the Yuehua school and get rid of him. Humph! An old man with a white beard among the Sword King sect's Grotto Heaven Realm experts snorted coldly. He looked at Wu Xiang and said, I have long heard that the Yuehua school is overbearing and arrogant. Seeing it today, it is indeed true. What do you mean, old sir? Is Chen Nanqing allowed to behave atrociously in the Yuehua school, but we can't do anything to him? Wu Xiang frowned and said coldly, We welcome the experts of the Sword King sect to visit the Yuehua school. However, if someone wants to cause trouble, the Yuehua school will not be afraid even if it is the King of Heaven, let alone the Sword King sect. This reply that was neither servile nor overbearing made the people of the Sword King sect lose face. Bastard, do you know who you are talking to? The old man with the white beard shouted angrily. You are the bastard! You are just an elder of the Sword King sect. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Is this the etiquette of the Sword King sect? If it were Chang Yueying, she would probably bow and scrape before this old man and tremble in fear. However, Wu Xiang did not fall for this. You are wrong, Overlord Wu! The Holy Sun got up slowly and said with a smile. Although the 12 sects are on par with each other in name, there is a clear distinction between them. There is no doubt that the Sword King sect is the leader of the 12 sects. As an elder of the Sword King sect, I have the right to speak with the overlord of the Yuehua school. Then who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Wu Xiang asked coldly. The Holy Sun was taken aback for a moment, and then blushed. However, the blush disappeared quickly. Although this woman was young, she was able to calm down in an instant. I am the Holy Sun of the sacred dynasty. Of course I have the right. The Holy Sun said lightly. When Ling Xiao said that this person was the Holy Sun, the people of the Yuehua school didn't quite understand what this Holy Sun meant. Now that they heard this person introduce himself, they finally understood that this person was the Holy Sun of the sacred dynasty, and the candidate to be the next Holy Emperor. Whoosh! In the entire hall, except for Wu Xiang, the Moon Lady, and Ling Xiao, the rest of the people got down on their knees. Greetings to the Holy Sun, Qian Sui. Qian Sui. The Holy Sun smiled. He was very satisfied with this scene. He didn't need to do anything to make others bow to him. It was a good feeling. However, when he saw Ling Xiao, he frowned. Wu Xiang and the Moon Lady were stronger than him. It was fine if they didn't kneel, but what right did this Ling Xiao have? Why aren't you kneeling when you see the Holy Sun? The Holy Sun asked coldly. What a joke. When the Blue Eyes clan and the ninjas joined forces to attack Baiyun province, where were you, the Holy Sun? When Baiyun province was flooded with dream pills, where were you, the Holy Sun? Now you want me to kneel? Do you think you are worthy? Even if Ling Xiao had to kneel to Lin Zhe, he would not kneel to this so-called saint. Good. Very good. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant when we arrive at the Heavenly King's gate. The Holy Sun trembled with anger. He had seen arrogant people before, but this was the first time he had seen someone as arrogant as Ling Xiao. After a long time, she calmed down and said to Wu Xiang, Wu Xiang, listen to me. Ling Xiao massacred the disciples of the Sword King sect during the Tri-Faction tournament. He has committed a serious crime against the sacred dynasty. I am here to bring him to the Heavenly King's gate for interrogation. Chapter 694. Crack! The silver cup in Wu Xiang's hand was crushed into powder. Leihi had a bad feeling about this, but he had never expected that the sacred dynasty and the Heavenly King's sect would intervene in this matter. The atmosphere in the hall was a little tense. None of the Yuehua school's upper echelons, who were kneeling on the ground, dared to say anything. This was the might of the sacred dynasty. Although the sacred dynasty was on the brink of collapse and suffering many disasters, it was still a noble and irresistible existence in the eyes of most citizens of the sacred dynasty. What should we do? Ling Xiao has actually provoked the Holy Sun of the sacred dynasty. Yan Danlin panicked and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the Yuan Venerate. Why are you panicking? What's wrong with the sacred dynasty? Does the sacred dynasty allow people to be lawless? Even the sacred dynasty at its peak couldn't act so recklessly, let alone the current sacred dynasty. What's there to be afraid of? Cheer up and don't embarrass me, the Yuan Venerate scolded. That's easy for you to say. The sacred dynasty has ruled the Sky Dragon continent for more than 100,000 years. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to change my deep-rooted mindset in such a short time. Yan Danlin smiled bitterly. He really wanted to help Ling Xiao, but he couldn't do anything now that things had come to this. Among the core disciples there were some who were secretly gloating. Ling Xiao's existence was a threat to them. If Ling Xiao was taken away just like that, they reckoned that they would be able to make a name for themselves. Regardless of whether this was right or wrong, this was what they thought anyway. Sect Master Wu, I know you will be angry. However, Ling Xiao has committed such a heinous crime. You wouldn't sacrifice the entire Yuehua school for him, right? The Holy Sun sneered at Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang clenched his fists tightly as black true essence enveloped his body. A demonic figure appeared behind him. He wore a pitch-black cloak and looked extremely cold. Seeing Wu Xiang's reaction, Chen Nanqing and the others became nervous. The white-bearded elder of the Celestial King's sect even stood in front of the Holy Sun, fearing that Wu Xiang would attack in a fit of rage. Behind him, an illusory figure appeared as well. It was a golden-armored elite with a long spear in his hand, looking awe-inspiring. It was said that the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King had 100,000 golden armor soldiers under his command. This old man's martial soul should be that of a general in the golden armor army. As their auras burst out, the pressure in the hall multiplied. Those who were weaker all felt their faces turn pale, and it became difficult for them to breathe. It was as if a ball of cotton was stuck in their chests, and it was very uncomfortable. Sect leader, please stop. Do you want the Yuehua school to be destroyed in your hands? At this moment, more than 10 inner court elders began to berate loudly. Other than Heavenly Lord Golden Light, Wahan Tianzuan, Yang Danlin, and a few others, the rest were prepared to stop Wu Xiang and the Heavenly King sect from taking action. If a sect can't even protect its own disciples, what's the point of having it? It might as well be destroyed. Wu Xiang snorted coldly. Not only did he have no intention of stopping, but his aura became even more terrifying. Sect Leader Wu, is it really worth it for you to do this for a mere Ling Xiao? The Holy Sun smiled faintly. Ling Xiao is just a 9th level Transcendent Realm Invincible Realm Cultivator. He's nothing. I have something here that I can bestow upon your Yuehua school. I can guarantee that your Yuehua school will have a peerless genius under the age of 20 within a short period of time. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a simple and elegant wooden box appeared in her hand. Although it was made of wood, it was more valuable than gold. This wood was even more precious than gold and silver. Furthermore, the carving was definitely the work of a master. There was even an array inscription on it. Putting everything else aside, this box alone was a very good treasure. Under everyone's gaze, the Holy Sun carefully opened the box. In an instant, a strange fragrance filled the hall. Just a whiff of the fragrance was enough to make people feel refreshed, as if they had taken some kind of tonic. Stand up. Don't keep kneeling. The Holy Sun was very satisfied to see the surprise and envy on the faces of those kneeling on the ground. Everyone stood up, and they could see the contents of the box more clearly. It was a purple-red pill about the size of a cherry. Lying quietly in the box, it emitted a soft purple-red light. The alluring fragrance was coming from it. As the hall master of the medicine hall, Yang Danlin naturally knew more about medicines than anyone else, so he was the first to exclaim, "Divine Treasure Body Tempering Pill." The martial artists on the Sky Dragon continent were very clear that a person's martial arts cultivation was related to their innate talent. Although the martial soul also determined the upper limit of a person's achievements, the martial soul could be inherited, but the innate talent was very difficult to change. Unless there was some kind of elixir. The Divine Treasure Body Tempering Pill was one of the many kinds of elixirs. After taking it, any martial artist's talent would become a divine treasure body. What this meant was very clear to all the martial artists present. The Divine Treasure Body Tempering Pill could only be refined by an excellent alchemist, and its quality was at the middle yellow level. Even Yang Danlin would not be able to concoct a pill of this grade. The highest grade he could concoct was a low-grade yellow-grade pill. Therefore, alchemists at his level were also called low yellow-level alchemists, or low yellow-level alchemists. The classification of alchemists was also based on the best elixir they could refine. Alchemists who could refine the Divine Treasure Body Tempering Pill were at least at the middle yellow level, which was better than the best alchemists in the Yuehua school. Therefore, this kind of elixir was definitely a treasure for the Yuehua school. In the hall, after hearing Yang Danlin's introduction, other than a few core disciples who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao, the rest of the disciples revealed a fervent look, as if they could not wait to swallow the elixir on the spot. Gulp! Some of them could even hear the sound of saliva being swallowed. The attractiveness of this thing was simply too great, to the point that it made people go crazy. Haha, this is the middle yellow level elixir refined by Lord Sun Shang, the imperial physician of the sacred dynasty. I'm sure everyone here has heard of Lord Sun Shang's name, right? The Holy Sun smiled. She seemed to enjoy the way the Yuehua school's people were so excited that they lost their composure. Her laughter was full of pride and arrogance. Other than the Holy Sun of the sacred dynasty, only the Holy Emperor himself could ask an imperial physician to refine elixirs. The rest, including the princes, were not qualified to do so. It's the work of Lord Sun Shang. No wonder it's so extraordinary. There were many people in the Yuehua school who knew Sun Shang's name. This was because Sun Shang was the best alchemist on the Sky Dragon continent. He came from the Heavenly King sect and specialized in refining elixirs for the Holy Emperor and the Holy Sun. Countless strong people tried to curry favor with him, but they all failed. If it were not for the Holy Sun's identity, it would be impossible to get Sun Shang's elixirs. Chapter 695. Ling Xiao looked at the Divine Treasure Body Quenching Elixir. It was a perfect elixir. It was obvious that Sun Shang was not an ordinary person. His alchemy skills were much better than Yang Danlin's. Lano wondered he was the best alchemist on the Sky Dragon continent. The pills refined by this person were several times more expensive than the pills refined by others of the same grade. This was because their effects were better, and their power was stronger. The higher-ups of the Yuhua sect looked at the divine treasure body-quenching elixir and sighed in their hearts. With this elixir, they would definitely be able to create a peerless genius. They might even be able to perform well in the martial arts festival and enter the top 100, no, the top 50. The Holy Sun closed the box slowly as the higher-ups looked at her expectantly. What do you think? As long as you hand Ling Xiao over to us, this elixir will belong to the Yuehua school. Not only that, I will also give you 100,000 medium-grade spiritual stones and a set of jade-grade entry-level martial arts. The Holy Sun looked at the crowd with a smile. She was sure that she had the Yuehua school under her control. She did not believe that Wu Xiang could resist this temptation. Before they came, they had already done their research. Ling Xiao and Wu Xiang were just fellow disciples. They might have a good relationship, but they were not relatives. They were not related by blood. She did not believe that Wu Xiang would be willing to risk his life for Ling Xiao. While the Holy Sun was waiting for Wu Xiang's reply, Wu Xiang's voice came as expected. Put away your broken elixir and get out of here. The Yuehua school is not as good as the King of Heaven sect, but we are not puppets that can be manipulated by anyone. I'm not doing anything now because I'm giving face to the sacred dynasty. But if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being rude. Wu Xiang did not make a move because he did not want to ruin his relationship with the sacred dynasty and the King of Heaven sect. He wasn't afraid of offending the Sword King sect, but it would be troublesome if he offended the sacred dynasty. At the very least, Yuehua school couldn't fight against the sacred dynasty with his current strength. No matter how weak the sacred dynasty was, there would still be people who would respond to their orders. When the time came, Yuehua school might have to face the combined attack of 11 sections. The chances of winning were too low. However, if the other party did not know what was good for them, he would still risk his life to challenge the 11 sect alliance. The soft were afraid of the hard, and the hard were afraid of those who didn't care about their lives. This was the reality. If he cowered even a little, not only would Ling Xiao die, but Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and Lang Hao, who had followed Ling Xiao to wreak havoc in the beast-fighting arena, would also die. These people were the hope of the Yuehua sect's rise. If they were all dead, the Yuehua sect would only exist in name. Therefore, he could not be a coward. He absolutely could not be a coward. Your Highness the Holy Sun, did you hear our sect leader's words? Take back your things and leave Yuehua school quickly. Our Yuehua school is no longer a sect that can be bullied, Ling Xiao said lightly. Ling Xiao, you have made a mistake. You can't drag Yuehua school down with you, Heavenly Eyes said coldly. The Holy Sun is very noble. We can't be enemies with him. You have to bear the consequences of your own mistakes. Yes, Ling Xiao. Don't drag Yuehua school into everything. This has nothing to do with Yuehua school. It's your problem. A deacon in the inner sect hall echoed. What a joke. If you were the one being blamed today, would you obediently follow them to their deaths? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Heavenly Eyes and the deacon. You have lived for so long in vain. Do you really think that they are targeting me today? Don't forget that I, Ling Xiao, am now ranked first among the top 10 core disciples. I am the young sect leader of Yuehua school. My status is equal to that of an inner sect elder. Are you cowards going to watch others behave atrociously in Yuehua school? You! Heavenly Eyes and the deacon were stunned when they heard Ling Xiao's words. Heavenly Eyes' vertical eye was cold, and his aura gradually became stronger. Heavenly Eyes, what are you trying to do? Is Ling Xiao wrong? You can betray your own people just because you are weak? Since when did Yuehua school have such a rule? Do you want to follow in the footsteps of Chan Yueli and Chan Yueying? The one who spoke was the Moon Lady. Her voice was cold and light. It sounded pleasant, but there was a great pressure that made people not dare to resist or talk back. Heavenly Eyes' aura instantly dissipated when he heard the Moon Lady's words. He helplessly took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and stopped talking. With the Moon Lady protecting Ling Xiao, he didn't dare to do anything rash. Ling Xiao turned to the Moon Lady and nodded with a smile. Then, he looked at the Holy Sun and asked calmly, "Your Highness, may I ask if today's matter is an imperial edict issued by the Holy Emperor of the Sacred Dynasty? Or the sect leader of the Heavenly King sect?" His voice was calm and indifferent. Today's matter was strange. He didn't believe that the Holy Emperor and the sect leader of the Heavenly King sect would side with the Sword King sect. The Holy Sun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to ask such a special question. She said calmly, "The Holy Emperor and the sect leader of the Heavenly King sect didn't issue an imperial edict. However, I am the Holy Sun of the Sacred Dynasty. Don't I have the right to uphold justice for the Sword King sect?" "Humph, without an imperial edict or an imperial edict from the sect leader of the Heavenly King sect, what are you relying on? How dare you come to Yuhua School, one of the 12 sects? Could it be that the Yuhua School has been quiet for too long? Do you really think you can control it at will?" Ling Xiao suddenly snorted and said, "Your Highness Holy Sun, listen carefully. The 12 sects are not under the jurisdiction of the Sacred Dynasty. On the contrary, the Sacred Dynasty has been able to survive for so many years on the Sky Dragon continent because of the 12 sects. Otherwise, do you think you can still be so arrogant here? Even the Holy Emperor has to kneel before the sect leader of the Yuhua School. Who do you think you are? You are just the Holy Sun. You haven't even become the Holy Emperor. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you think you are more powerful than the Holy Emperor? Or are you ready to usurp the throne?" With such a heavy burden on the Holy Sun's head, she was completely unable to breathe. In the strict imperial family, even if she was the Holy Sun, once she had the ambition to usurp the throne, she could be beheaded for the crime of seizing power. You're talking nonsense." The Holy Sun finally lost her composure. After all, she was only a 16-year-old girl. No matter how calm and mature she was still a little immature. However, after the scolding, the Holy Sun found that she could not find any words to refute. Because Ling Xiao was right. The 12 sects were completely superior to the broken Sacred Dynasty on the Sky Dragon continent. The Holy Emperor had to kneel before any of the 12 sect leaders. Because she could not find a reason, she could only make up her mind and become even tougher. Ling Xiao, you just don't dare to admit your guilt. You are just afraid of death. Don't talk nonsense. Don't worry, when you arrive at the Heavenly King sect, I will plead for you. I can even let you join the Heavenly King sect. Then there will be no problem. Chapter 696. Join the Heavenly King faction? Your Highness, Holy Sun, this is not what we agreed on. Chen Nanqing was anxious. Shut up! As long as Ling Xiao is willing to join the Heavenly King faction and become my servant, he can be pardoned from any crime. The Holy Sun shouted sternly. Wu Xiang dared to contradict the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao dared to do the same. But Chen Nanqing dared not. Hearing the Holy Sun's words, some core disciples of the Yuhua school were tempted. The Heavenly King faction was the most powerful among the 12 sects. Joining the Heavenly King faction was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. As for becoming the Holy Sun's servant, they were even more eager. They could even kneel down and lick his boots, let alone become his servant. What was the point? The Holy Sun's servant would become a powerful figure in the Sacred Dynasty in the future. What kind of martial arts couldn't they get? What kind of resources couldn't they get? It would also be a great help to their cultivation. After finishing his words, the Holy Sun slightly raised his beautiful and white chin and looked at Ling Xiao proudly like a peacock, waiting for Ling Yao's answer. In her opinion, such an offer was enough to make any disciple of the Sacred Dynasty, especially the male disciples, go crazy. However, while dreams were plentiful, reality was bony. Ling Xiao's reaction was completely different from what the Holy Sun had expected. He didn't show any hesitation, nor did he look happy. Instead, his eyes were full of killing intent and anger. Ling Xiao had been a beggar for a long time. He had seen many rich girls like the Holy Sun who didn't treat beggars as human beings. He hated this kind of expression very much. It destroyed the last bit of self-esteem of beggars. Ling Yu was a typical example. Now, the Holy Sun's arrogance and rudeness were 10 times worse than Ling Yu's. Servant? Even if I, Ling Xiao, go back to being a beggar, I will not be a slave. Let alone the Holy Sun, even the Holy Emperor wouldn't be able to do it. What are you trying to do? The Holy Sun was startled by Ling Xiao's expression and took a step back subconsciously. Another Heavenly King Gate expert stood in front of the Holy Sun and stared coldly at Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao dared to act recklessly, he would kill Ling Xiao mercilessly. Are you very noble? They were just relying on the power and influence that their ancestors had obtained. Are you great? The Great One is your ancestor Ji Xianyuan, not you. Are you very powerful? A half-step Empyrean with 90% strength, the head of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, you might be proud of yourself, but I can tell you that in this year's martial arts festival, I will personally defeat you. You want me to be your slave? To be honest, I really want to kill you. Only then will I be able to appease the anger in my heart. Kill her, I'll take responsibility, the Moon Maiden said calmly. She was like a fairy who didn't care about the mortal world, but she had a special liking for Ling Xiao. The saint's face was filled with terror. She regretted it very much now. If she had known, she would have asked her master, the head of the Heavenly King Gate, to come in person. If the Moon Maiden wanted to attack now, she believed that the 2 Heavenly King Gate experts in front of her wouldn't be able to stop her. Ling Xiao looked back at the Moon Maiden and said with a smile, Sister Moon Maiden, you're the best to me. You let me be so willful. The Moon Maiden's cheeks blushed. Ling Xiao thought to himself, how can I let you be in danger when you treat me so well? He knew very well that with the Moon Maiden in charge today, he would have no problem killing the Holy Sun. But after doing this, the Moon Maiden would definitely become the common enemy of the sacred dynasty and the Heavenly King Gate. He believed that there were masters of the Yin-Yang realm in the Heavenly King Gate and the sacred dynasty. The Moon Maiden was not invincible. He couldn't let anything happen to her. He looked at the Holy Sun again and said disdainfully, Don't be afraid. I'll defeat you fair and square in the martial arts festival. I won't kill you here. Hearing this, the Holy Sun and the 2 Heavenly King Gate experts breathed a sigh of relief. However, they felt a chill in their hearts. This guy is obviously angry and unwilling, but he can deal with this problem calmly. It's too scary. This kind of person is the most difficult to deal with. No wonder Chen Nanqing asked the Holy Sun to deal with this matter at the cost of the Sword King's Sutra. This guy can't be allowed to live. He's too dangerous. The Holy Sun took a deep breath and said, I've underestimated you. No wonder Jian Wuji is afraid of you. But do you know that although my master and father didn't issue a decree, they gave me a verbal order? That is to say, they don't dare to offend the Yuehua school fair and square? Ling Xiao's point of view was always different from the others. The saint frowned and said, You can think of it that way, but this matter needs to be solved. You killed so many people from the Sword King sect, it's impossible for this matter to be left unsettled. Since Sect Master Chen came to me, then I must solve this problem. But I can give you a chance. A chance? Ling Xiao looked at the Holy Sun with a faint smile. That's right. You can challenge me in this martial arts festival. If I lose, I won't interfere in this matter anymore. If you lose, you will be interrogated by the Heavenly King Gate. Do you dare to accept? The Holy Sun said lightly. At this time, she seemed to have calmed down. Haha, this woman is really scheming. If I lose, I won't go back on my words. I will be interrogated by the Heavenly King Gate and the Sword King Gate in public. At that time, my reputation will be tarnished. Even if I live, I will be cursed for the rest of my life. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart and showed a sarcastic expression on his face. Chen Nanqing surprisingly didn't object to the Holy Sun's proposal. In his opinion, Ling Xiao couldn't have the strength to defeat the Holy Sun in such a short time. Therefore, although there were two outcomes, there was only one. As long as Ling Xiao agreed, he would not be able to escape the fate of being interrogated. And he would be interrogated in front of the 12 sects of the sacred dynasty. What do you think, Ling Xiao? You think too highly of yourself. Do you dare to accept? The Holy Sun looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and asked. Ha ha! Ling Xiao suddenly threw his head back and roared with laughter. Then, he glared at the Holy Prince and shouted. Your Highness, you don't need to be so overbearing. The only reason you gave me such conditions is because you think that I, Ling Xiao, will never be able to defeat you, the leader of the 6 young masters of the Holy Dynasty. You are the number 1 master under the age of 20 in the Tianlong continent. To put it bluntly, you have a good master, a good martial spirit, a better foundation than me, and started earlier than me. Other than that, you are not qualified to compete with me. The Heavenly King Gate is very strong. You are also very strong. But I'm afraid you don't know that I was just a good-for-nothing at the first level of the martial vein realm a year ago. I can cultivate to this level in a year, and there are still dozens of days before the martial arts festival. Why do you think I can't surpass you? Can't defeat you? If you can do it, I can do it too, and I will do it better than you. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.